wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
I realized I was muted. Hello. How are you all doing today? Hello. Hello. How you doing, chat? I am probably going to have a bit of a messed up blue screen today. Because... Oh, camera off? Okay. Never mind then. Sadie's been acting a little... She's been, her foot's been bothering her, so I'm trying to keep an eye on her when she's in the room with me. But, hello, how are you all? It's good to see you. I was listening to this song. Also, welcome to the stream real quick. Gruzgod, the one guy you know, Gandalf the Grey, Helly's Doppelback, Yeti 13, Sepithird, Night Friend, Ratwood 19, Lolly 57, Tech 27. Hope you're all doing well today. After this achievement, will I be settering down for another achievement hunt? So I think the overall plan is gonna be, we're probably gonna divide. I'll probably not do. Whoa! Yeah. I will probably not do another restream, which is like streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, unless I'm specifically doing a lore stream. I think what we're gonna do after the Settra stream is split it up, because I kind of want to do multiple things at once. So I think I'm gonna use Twitch for certain things and YouTube for other things. That way I can kind of do both at once. And I also want to kind of start some like objective goals, like reaching certain amounts of members or subs on Twitch and YouTube respectively, and we'll do like giveaways and stuff, but I need to start like separating them in order to do that. How are you? Like your lore clip? Oh, well, thank you. I don't know which clip in particular you're referring to, but I appreciate it. I am always super glad to hear when people like the stuff. Man, I got to oh, God damn it. I ran into some super nice people at the I'm having such a brain fart all of a sudden. I met some really nice people the last time I was at the Warhammer shop that I live next to, which is it's called the Citadel, or the Warhammer Cafe, because it's not just a regular Warhammer store, it's like a fancy one. But I met some like really sweet people who said some really nice things. I was there to I was mainly there to play Curse City, which I finished. I finally finished. Oh my god. Curse City is finally done. It took us like 3 months.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
But it is done, which is super nice. It was a fun game. I enjoyed it. Definitely became a little bit of a slog at the end. But just because, like, I think all of the players kind of wanted different things from it by the end. But anyway, can you get the Chaos God victory achievements in the Immortal Empires campaign? I think you can now. Will we see streams on the Araby mod? Yes. So that's kind of the thing I was thinking is, I think the split up I would like to do is that after Settra's done, I think on YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and go like straight into my next achievement run, which is gonna probably be Bretonia, because it's thematic right now. And then on Twitch, I think I'm gonna work on some mods, and actual live streams, because the thing is, like, when I do mods on YouTube, I'd rather it be like a video, so it's like all my thoughts kind of put together and condensed and stuff. But I will talk about the OVN Araby video, even though I'm pretty sure the OVN guys do not like me. But that's fine. I will watch, and we will deal with it when we get there. What do I think the next DLC will be for Warhammer 3? Well, the next DLC is obviously Thrones of Decay. I mean, Shadows of Change is probably next month, but that's an update, not a DLC. It's an update to a DLC. And then Thrones of Decay is probably going to be in April. And then after that, I don't know. It could be that they'll stay on their original plan and do Slanesh after that, but I kind of think that I kind of feel like everything that happened last year sort of like threw their plans into the chop shop, and they might do a couple of different things than we may expect. Because in summer, I mean, if I got to choose anything, I would rather them do more of like a character pack, or like a legendary hero pack, or like a vampiric bloodlines pack. But with the whole, I made a video, I recorded a video on it. It should come out either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But with everything about the like IMDb leaks, there is a reasonable chance they might be doing Kingdoms of End. But if they are doing Kingdoms of End, I don't think we'll see it until this fall at the earliest. But we'll see. Why don't the OVN mod guys like me that much? Because they didn't like what I had to say about the Famir mod, which I think they overreacted, to be frank. But basically, it was, I played the mod. I thought it was extremely fun. I thought the mechanics were really enjoyable. I thought it was a little overpowered, but you know, that's mods. What are you gonna do? But the thing is that it was not lore accurate at all. Like, it was a very, very wild, out of left field take on the Famir. Very few aspects of it were really backed up by anything that had ever been published by Games Workshop. So like, I think out of a lore rating, I gave it like a 1.5 out of 5, and they got super upset. But because they felt that it was lore accurate, but it wasn't, because I originally was like, oh, they must have taken it from the Lost Factions created by, I forget what his name is, but there's a guy that makes this thing called the Lost Factions Army Projects, and they were like, no, we didn't do that. That's not lore accurate at all. That's not what we used. We used a magazine published by this other guy who used to write, or at least has written in other times of his life, for Games Workshop. But it's like, okay, so was this magazine that you're talking about, was it written and published by 4 Games Workshop? And they were like, it's like, well, no. It's like, okay, so it's fan fiction. It's literally fan fiction. So it left a weird taste in my mouth afterwards. Like, at first I felt really, really bad because I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I said it wasn't lore accurate, and they were like, no, it is lore accurate, and they were really upset, and I was like, oh man. But then when I actually looked into what it was they had based it off, it's like, no, this isn't lore. Like, it's a fanfic. It's a very well written fan fiction, and it's written by people who have also worked on official Games Workshop stuff, but it's literally fan fiction. So, I suspect the Araby mod is going to be very similar, but we'll see what happens. But it's like, they're fun, which that's the most important thing, right? The most important thing should be that the mod is really enjoyable. That should be really the only thing that matters. But I guess far be it for me. Anyway, so we will try it out and talk about it coming up in the future. Thank you, Andy, for being people look forward to hearing from each week. Oh, well, thank you. Speaking of which, I did hear from Andy today. He is doing better, which is good. He's still going to be recovering for a hot minute, so I don't think Lorebeards is going to be returning super soon, so to speak. It's probably going to be like at least another 2 weeks, maybe a little further. But I do think, or it does seem like he's getting better. So that's really awesome. Let's see. Hey, Sotek, for Age of Sigmar, do you think we will ever see a Sigmar mini? No, I don't think Sigmar is ever going to be playable. I think the moment that they made the Celestant Prime, they were like, all right, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Slightly obnoxious Kiwi, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry, we're just kind of like talking at the moment. But thank you very much. If one of the mods could please give them a shout out, I would really appreciate it.
Saw on a recent stream your recent comments on stream imposter syndrome. Know you are an inspiration pursuing something you love. Thanks for all you do.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the sweet message. I don't know if we have any mods here, so I'm gonna pop over there to do it myself real quick. It was slightly obnoxious Kiwi. Did I get it? I got it. Nice. Never last playing Total War. Awesome. Well, welcome to the stream. If you're new here, hello there. I'm Lore Master of Sotek. I do a lot. I'm considered kind of one of the premier authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. I do a lot of everything you can imagine covering Warhammer Fantasy. I paint minis. I do the lore. I do a lore podcast called Lorebeards, which I'm really, really proud of, with Andy Law, who's one of the OG writers for Warhammer Fantasy lore. And we talk about stuff for usually about 3 to 4 hours on Sundays. Unfortunately, he's ill right now, so we're on a bit of a hiatus. But as soon as he's better, we'll get back to it. But there's plenty of footage. If you'd like to check us out, you can also find us on your favorite podcast sites. Which reminds me, I need to get those last few episodes up. But, yeah, welcome. We're going to hop into finishing our Settra campaign here in just a minute. I just wanted to chat for a minute before we got going. But thank you. And if you'd like to stick around, please do. So, first of all, Bohemian Saxony, thank you very much for the sweet message. I really appreciate it. There are some things I said that stream I probably shouldn't have in retrospect, but, whatever. Thank you for the 10 months. Bugmans, Quintuple X, thank you very much for the 27 months. Good lord, dude. And Gandalf the Grey, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Can I please check out the Araby mod? Yes. Not today, but yes. We will do that very soon. Where is this music? Literally just Google Adeptus Mechanicus, like ambient. It's like an hour-long playlist from the Dark Mechanicus or Adeptus Mechanicus, whatever video game, I think. Do I think it's better for the elves to live in the Empire or Cathay? I feel like Cathay would be better in the elves' opinion, because Cathay is better protected against the predations of chaos than the Empire is, because of the Great Bastion. And Cathay also, I believe, has a better understanding of... Well, I don't know. I don't know. We don't have a lot of lore right now on what it's like to live in Cathay. A lot of our lore about Cathay is like very broad, right? It's from like a really zoomed out perspective. We don't have a lot of really good lore that's on like a person's day-to-day perspective, because like there are a lot of places in the Empire where people have never seen elves before. And so if elves go there, it can actually be dangerous for them because people will think they're like demons and shit. Yeah. So I feel like the answer would be Cathay, but it could turn out there's a lot of nasty shit going on in Cathay, especially with like how much the dragons of Cathay really like hand down, like bring the hammer down on like religious worship. Like they really don't want people doing that. I'm curious if the elves could get caught up in that, or if the dragons would realize that what the elves do is like fundamentally different. One second. Sorry, I left my water bottle in the other room. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. All right. Also, I want to thank... Welcome to the stream, Living Legend, Mafia Solar, Chunky Nerly, Castrata, Master of Warhammer, Morkan 053, Fagoth, and Black Feathers. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Alright, so when do I think we'll hear about the update for Shadows of Change? I would guess end of January. Probably like the last week of January. So maybe like... probably like the 29th or the 30th? Give or take? Maybe the week before, maybe the week after, but somewhere in that ballpark. Alright. So, why don't we go ahead and get Total War up and running and start playing. Of course, we can continue chatting during it, but we'll go from there. But there is going to be a couple of like scheduled streams, so to speak, coming up soon. Like I know one of the ones I'm going to be doing is good old I think I set off my car alarm. Hold on. Ah, my butt's too big. I'm setting off car alarms in my pocket. All right. But, so, we're going to try and finish Settra today. I'm pretty sure we can. And then we'll just kind of chat while we're doing it. Have I seen the Araby mod? Yes. I'm not going to play it yet because I want to finish this. I don't want to like start a new campaign in the midst of a campaign I'm almost done with. Just got done playing Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. I need to do a playthrough of that game. To unlock all achievements plus Alt F4. Oh man, what a secret. Okay, so we have successfully conquered pretty much all of Nehekara. We've wiped out all of the human invaders, so the Bretonnians and the Empire have been completely pushed out. We have fairly friendly relations with some of the lizards. Not very friendly relations with the dwarfs, but we're going to be focusing our attention on Scarbrand until he is dead. And then after Scarbrand, we will figure out who we're going to go after next. Dragons of Lestria. Oh, oh, your wife's here. Awesome. Hey, that's great to hear. Awesome. Well, Dragons of Lestria, I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I hope you and your wife are having a kick-ass day. All right. So what's our situation? We have 4 armies. And I think we want, okay, King Wakaf we want to send home to kind of rebuild his army a bit. King Alcazar II is preparing for battle, and Settra will be ready to go in a few turns. And we're just going to kind of like spread to the winds. For the actual like victory, there's very few things we've built all the pyramids we need to build, which is nice. We basically just need to conquer this side of the mountains and defeat Scarbrand. So I think we'll send Settra and King Lamashazah north to deal with Scarbrand. And we could send King Wakaf and King Alcazar II to deal with the dwarfs in over there. But we do want to be careful because I don't want to drag the dwarfs into a war yet. Shut up. I was doing it on purpose. I just wanted y'all to look at my face for a minute. Quiet. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear any complaints. Which side is that? That is this side, I think. Good. Nope, that was the wrong side. Wait, is it this? Okay, that should fix it. I want to hear your whining. Quiet.
Haven't been able to catch too many streams recently. Glad I could catch this one. What's been going on with AOS recently, lore-wise?
Awohi3, thank you very, very much for the 27 months. What's been going on with AOS? Not a ton. Because obviously the holidays happened. So, the holidays were, kind of, you know, blocked up everything. And there's also been some delays. Not worthy. Yeah, I'll take non-aggression with the lizards. I do not want a war on that front. So, as far as what's going on in AOS lore-wise, we are in a situation where, so, it seems that we're still in the Dawnbringer Crusades. So, the Long Hunt came out in the fall, and we are waiting for Part 4 to release, which I forget what it's called. But Part 4 is all about Ushoran. So we're gonna have a big feature of Ushoran finally being revealed as one of the Dawnbringer Crusades. The Dawnbringer Crusade that is in the realm of life, which is Gairan, has accidentally basically stumbled into Ushoran's domain. Like a bunch of dumbasses. Typical humans. What are you gonna do, right?
Why was King Wakaf found alone in his tomb? Because he made one cough.
Ha 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 ha.
Submit to your king.
Sepulthur, thank you for the 18 months. Hammond, I said certified King of Kings 7 day a week. Dry ass Kimmery make those Bretonians weak. Yeah, you walk in through this dry ass desert. Bring a bucket of water through this dry ass desert. That's probably a reference to like some kind of famous song of the rap variety, but like my whiteness knows no bounds. No bounds, and I have no idea what that's referring to. So all I can do is give you a thumbs up and say cool. Oh, it's WAP. All right, cool. Like I said, I've never listened to that. I've got better things to do with my time. Like read nerdy lore books that cost an unholy amount of money. Alright. So... Settra's almost ready. I'm trying to think what I want to do with King Wakaf. So we've built him for I'd like to get him some scorpions and a necrosphinx if I can. Oh, you know, he'd probably be really good with a bone giant. We could actually get one now. This goes all the way to Qatar, right? Okay, so let's wander over that way. So we can get the bone giant. Honestly, I think I'm fine with this for right now. Yeah, it looks good to me.
Attend your king, slaves.
For Alcazar II, we're going very chariot heavy, as well as infantry.
Tech 27 SS cheered.
Maybe spearmen?
X100. My Empire Knights will charge your fear-causing unit.
Only if you pass your leadership check, nerd. You and your pathetic, like, 8 leadership? Yeah, you ain't going shit nowhere, boy. Let's see. No, we should save up more sepulchral or canopic jars.
Submit to your king.
Um,
Where is this?
I don't know what to do with him.
Inquisitor
I guess we'll just get
Hammond cheered.
some warriors for now.
X100. You should listen to Ben Shapiro going over the meaning of the
No.
song. He says that lady part should never be wet. Said his wife has never been wet down there.
Oh,
Oh
no.
man, poor wife.
Oh, no. Why would he admit that in public?
Unleash.
Yikes. Oh, man.
My dynasty reigns.
Why would you put yourself on blast like that?
Legions, march.
God.
King move.
What's next? Women are actually gonna enjoy touching men? Ugh. What is this country coming to? Let's see. Let's get Returned in Madness, since he's up on a Sphinx now. And then we'll do full plate armor. And then our Tomb Prince, we will do the only option that's really good. And our Lich Priest, let's go for Soul Blight. Alright. Actually, do the port so I can get more money. Because I need money!
Nekara rises from the sands. Prostrate yourself and pray that I do not order your obliteration.
Have I seen the new Spearhead box for Stormcast Eternals? I have. It looks like a pretty good box if you've never gotten any Stormcast Eternals and you want some. Yes, yeah, it is obviously just the half of the base set. The thing is, though, like, the base set was like, I don't know, I feel like those factions didn't really grab at a lot of AOS fans. Like, I don't think Stormcast Eternals are the most popular faction. And the Cruel Boys are very niche. So I don't think the Dominion box was gonna sell good because it just kind of felt like it wasn't. It was a very specific box. Like, the thing I do like about the new box is, for like a starter, is like, oh, it comes with like, I have mixed feelings about those boxes that come with the special characters because, like, you can only buy it once, right? Like, if you buy that Spearhead box set, it's like, oh, I got Yndrasta, but you can't have Yndrasta multiple times in an army. So, like, there's no reason for you to get multiples of the box. It's a one-time buy because you can't do anything with that character since you already have a copy of it, which I think is a little weird. It feels like it would have been better for them to... Instead, I don't know. I feel like it would have been better to do a different strategy. Like, I don't think it's good when the box sets come with special characters because it makes it where buying multiples of it is significantly less valuable. Just my opinion, though. Now, obviously, I don't think everyone's going to agree with that.
Yes, I am ready, sire.
You can have Yndrasta in multiple color schemes, though? Oh, wow, I didn't think of it that way. Obviously, if you just want to paint the same model over and over and over, but in different paint schemes. Okay, you got me there. You got me there. Yeah, you could Kit Basher, it's true. Am I going to do an unboxing like Grudges? No, because I don't have any boxes. So, there's nothing to unbox. Yeah, I have a very vague memory of, I think, like, I have a very vague memory of, like, maybe there was a chat about something with, like, the content creator program where they were like, oh, if anybody wants to, like, be reached out from Games Workshop, like, fill out this form. And I think I may have forgotten to fill it out or something. Because at first I was like, oh, well, maybe, like, Games Workshop just doesn't want to do the channel. Like, maybe they want to do something else. But then I think I saw, like, Lionheart got one. It's like, I don't think Lionheart does anything even remotely tabletop or, like, lore or anything. Like, he literally only does Total War, which makes me think there was probably a meeting, and I either missed it or I forgot, which are both very distinct possibilities. But it's fine. I'll just buy it myself. Because honestly, my head would definitely separate from my shoulders if it wasn't attached, because I would lose it somewhere. All right, we're gonna have Settra march north. And then we're gonna start putting pressure on Scarbrand. I'm out of money. I don't think I want to fight him with King Lamazash. I think we want to wait for as long as possible. It's probably going to be better to go... Who lives here? That's what I'm wondering now. Because, like, Clan Moors is dead. So whose ruins are these? I guess it... what other clan is near here? I guess it could be Tretch, maybe? I need a Tehennawin secretary. I would love a Tehennawin secretary, even though he would probably be kind of overzealous, to be honest.
You speak with Settra, King of...
Military access with the elves. That's fine. I'm probably going to end up having to fight the dwarves, so I will take elf friends. Because honestly, if I could get elf totally not slaves in my army, that would probably be very, very helpful.
Take his soul.
Alright.
Eternal King.
Gonna march with all haste north. And why don't we bring you around to where Settra is? That way we can coordinate our assault, and we'll do the Wombo combo. Nothing could possibly go wrong with the Wombo combo. Where is Agru Migdal? Agru Migdal should be relatively safe soon, so I guess let's make it where I can move faster through it. Okay, I don't think we're going to march to the Dwarf Lands to get to Lamia, because Lamia looks like it's owned by Zinch. So I think we're going to go north and go around the mountains, because I don't want to piss off the dwarfs just yet. Soon, but not yet.
Attend your king, slaves.
We're just going to hang around and charge our magic for a bit. Black Pyramid. You know what? Before I get that, let me get the Tomb Scorpion building, just so I have the ability to get Tomb Scorpions. Is this the regular Immortal Empires map? Yes. Yeah, this is the basic bitch map. This is the vanilla map. That would be the correct terminology. Sorry. I'm a basic bitch. I'm comfortable with that. I know my, you know, I know what I like and what I don't. Okay, I'm very aware of who and what I am. Do I remember the rough date for Shadows of Change DLC update? Probably next month. In the old world mod, Sigmar hates Eltharion? What do you mean Sigmar? Do you mean Volkmar? I mean, to be fair, Eltharion is like super racist, or speciesist, I guess. So the idea that Eltharion would not have good diplomacy with other Order factions is actually not a stretch. He would absolutely be like not fun for anyone to deal with. All right, let's go hunt. Let's go hunt us a Scarbrand, boys.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. Seen the new OVA Nairobi mod released? How's
Yes.
the Chaos Roby mod review coming along? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Lawmaster of Sotek?
I don't think I can answer that on stream. I feel like that's a bannable comment. So I'm not going to answer that one. But the other two, how's the Chaos Robbie mod coming along? Well, it was coming along great until he released an update that changed where a bunch of people are and like completely shifted everything around, which was really cool, but like took all of the notes that I had been writing and threw them in the trash. So thanks for that, Robbie. So I do need to kind of like edit what I have to say on the matter, and then we'll go from there. Oh, he's about to die? That being said, I am very excited to re-delve into the old world mod so I can figure out what my new opinions are. What's my favorite flavor of ice cream? Chocolate chip cookie dough.
I deign to move.
Die.
By the gods.
Okay, we want to make sure Lamashazas is in on this. We haven't fought a battle in a while, and this looks like it'll be like a fun massacre, so yeah, let's do it. If Scarbrand dies, does he go back to Daddy Corn? So not necessarily. In a lot of cases, when demons die, they're banished to something that's called the Forge of Souls, which you would see if you play through the. You see the Forge of Souls if you play, or I should say, an interpretation of the Forge of Souls when you play through a Realms of Chaos campaign. It's the final boss battle against good old Be'lakor. But so most of the time they're banished back to that space, and they have to basically be put back together, which can take a while. But there are exceptions, and like it's not a foolproof system. There's a lot of messiness that goes into it. So you kind of have to take it with a little bit of a like. It's not a simple process. Sometimes a demon is just shunted back to the Forge of Souls, and it's going to take him like a couple decades or maybe a couple centuries to fully reform. Other times, it's they are banished, but due to the circumstance in which they were banished or some kind of prior pact they've made with the Forge of Souls, they're able to kind of immediately reform and show back up somewhere in the realm of chaos because their god is really fond of them, or they had like a failsafe. Others like Scarbrand may be rejected from certain aspects of the realms of chaos due to his being banished and exiled, in which case like he might have to go through some kind of more specific process that only works for him. But like, funny enough, they don't actually talk about it much in fantasy as far as like what would happen to Scarbrand. Whereas in Age of Sigmar, that's actually a really major plot point of First Edition. Because in First Edition AOS, Scarbrand is like, in truth, the big bad of the setting. Like, you know, it's like, oh, you think it's going to be Archaon. And Archaon's like, obviously, like a big villain. But Archaon's more like the big bad that nobody is realistically able to do anything about, whereas Scarbrand is like the final boss of First Edition Age of Sigmar, and he finally, like, Scarbrand, they do a really good job with him, because you get a lot of like really cool lore about him. and there's a lot of lore about like what happens if he dies. The very he like absolutely brutalizes the shit out of everybody that fights him until the very, very, very last battle when he fights Vandus Hammerhand, and Vandus Hammerhand finally kills him, which is awesome. Like it's great. Could I convince CA to remove the eye glow from the undead? Probably not. No, I don't think so, because it's not something that I think is that super important where I would want to like bother them about it. I apologize. Like, I can understand if you're like, oh god, I don't like this, which, you know, fair, but like, I don't know, I'm fine with it. Like, it's pretty inconsistent within the lore whether or not they depict that. A lot of times they do, a lot of times they don't. It just kind of depends on who the author is. So I don't really have a problem with it because it's actually depicted in a number of circumstances.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. The horn of Vandus Hammerhand shall sound in the deep. One last time.
I don't think that's the right Hammerhand, but I don't know enough to I don't know enough to properly contend against it. Come and play, demons. We may have to move towards them. I'm hoping he'll come to me, because I would really rather not have to go over there. But sometimes we don't get what we want. Might be better to move out into this, like, more open space. Nope, nope, here he comes. Ushapti, let's adjust our aim, please. Ushapti, hold the flank. You nerds go over there. Where is that? Oh, you need to get to the back line, please, good sir. Here he comes. Ushapti, focus fire. Get him, Settra! In you go. Serpents! I love when Scarbrand's easy to kill. It's such a nice, different feeling. Any news of the next Lorebeards? Andy is still, unfortunately, ill, but he is getting better, which is awesome. So as soon as he's feeling up to the point where he can, you know, comfortably chat for, you know, 3 hours, then we'll be right back to schedule. Until that point, you know, we're going to be patient and we're going to give him all the time he needs, because him feeling in good health is the most important thing. I don't like these unbreakable nerds. Die. Oh my god, the friendly fire. Good work, lads. About time we put this corn business to rest.
Obey and move! Awakening comes! The dead do not rest. We must! Bring the chariot. I am reborn.
Everybody gather up. Gather up. Come get your heals. Come get your heals. Are there any planned changes to Lorebeards for season 2? I mean, technically it's season 6, but for like the real season 2, not at this exact moment in time that I can like openly share, because there's nothing that I have like on paper that's like, yes, we're gonna do XYZ. There are some ideas I have as far as like trying to maybe get on some more special guests, or trying to introduce maybe some kind of like additional formats or additional segments. So like, I'm not making any promises. Not making any promises. But like a popular one that a lot of people have requested from time to time would be like bringing back a who would win type situation, where like me and Andy allow people to kind of try and cobble together a matchup, and we talk about it a little bit. But I don't know if Andy would want to do that, because he tends to not be as big into the, like, there's a lot of subjectivism that has to go into those kinds of discussions. So I don't know if he would be like, oh yeah, that sounds really interesting, or if he would be like, that's dumb, how could we possibly like figure that out? Because there would like take so many circumstances. But anyway, so we will, as soon as I have things to share on Lorebeards, you can bet your butt that I will be in your face about it. Getting all up on it and being like, yeah, we're gonna do blah, 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 blah. But I don't want to like commit to anything and then we end up like not doing it for whatever reason. So you know, hang in there. We are working on figuring it out. But the most important thing right now, of course, is for him to heal up as best as he can. So we're going to prioritize that first. And then once Andy is healthy, we will, you know, start messing around with what we can do. Oop, I want Desert Strike. But I'm sure we'll figure out some cool ideas.
Attend your king, slaves. My dynasty reigns supreme. Where is this?
Alright, we can get some more big upgrades all around the place. Especially out in this random desert. Actually, let's get fortifications in the Wizard Caliph's palace before we go any crazier.
My father demands it. I command movement.
Am I going to be streaming for the LVO preview? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yep, I will 100 billion% be live on both Twitch and YouTube for the LVO stream. That's going to be super fun. Is there any reason why Nathan doesn't do Lord Beards anymore? Because he doesn't want to, I guess. I have no idea. He left without saying anything, and without, like, there's... I can't tell you anything because there's nothing to tell. I'm sure he has his reasons. I don't know what they are, but, you know, he didn't want to be on the show anymore, and that's all there is to it.
Submit to your king. Now we go. I'm awake. Advance. Yes. Grovel and beg.
Okay, now we can get the Citadel. And then we can... I really want to upgrade the port here, but not time yet. Alright, march for Galbaraz. The Black Pyramid is about to rebel, which is a little concerning, because I don't really have... Oh, you know what, though? King Alcazar is actually not that far away. So he can head over there. Wow, I didn't realize I was losing so badly to the vampiric corruption. Huh. I should probably do something about that. Alright. You eventually want to create a fisherman faction? That'd be awesome. I would love to see people's takes on a fisherman faction.
You invite the ire of the great king. Unwise and fatal for you.
No peace! The only peace you'll get is beneath my chariot wheels. I'm pretty sure you've asked this question a billion times, but what is my favorite race in terms of lore? Lizardmen. Yeah, I think Lizardmen are my absolute favorite in terms of lore, because they kind of strike that perfect balance between... I don't make that much money from trade. They strike that perfect balance between having like a lot of crazy lore that covers, you know, roughly 10,000 years. That's like super fun and epic and stuff, but they also have like that perfect mix of like mysteries just everywhere. Like there are so many unanswered questions about what makes, like, what's the truth behind a lot of the things going on with the Lizardmen. You know, what's the deal with the old ones? What happened to the old ones? Where did they come from? What was their goal? What's the great plan? What are the Slan up to? You know, what is it? What do they think about what's going on in the world? How do they feel about, like, dramatic moments or epic confrontations and all these other things? Like, there are so many questions, and there's enough there that you can kind of, you know, work with it and make your own thoughts and speculations, but there's not so much that there's, like, you know, just painfully obvious options, right? So I really, really like that about the setting, or the Lizardmen in particular, in that they have that kind of, they're able to strike that balance, which I find particularly exciting. When will we get a no war, just love campaign where you have to be the nicest guy and only fight defense wars? That sounds like torture. I don't know if I'd want to do that. That would be something. Are there content creators that have done that? It sounds like something Legend might be able to pull off. Dwarfs in my lands? Tisk. Give me those canopic jars. Okay, it is Clan Rictus. Wow, Clan Rictus has quite a bit of territory.
Tend your king, slaves.
No! Oh god, he took Lamia. Well, this is about to get all kinds of awkward. Ooh.
My dynasty reigns supreme.
But I want that book. And he's not giving me that book.
rises from the sands.
Hello, goodbye.
It's impossible.
Oh, nice, we got the sword bloodshed.
You only delay your destruction.
Cool.
Greatest.
I'll take more fancy swords. All right, let's get devastating charge. So Settra is like as scary as he can be on the charge. And then more charge for you. What are my thoughts on the separation of the Norskins and Warriors of Chaos? I mean, it is what it is. I don't think it's I don't think that it was a super necessary thing, but I also don't hate it. It's just kind of like, oh, okay. Like I wouldn't say that I really have super strong feelings on it one way or another. To me, it's more of a, it's interesting, but I don't know. I just don't really feel like I have that strong of thoughts on it. I feel like calling it Norska was a mistake. I will say that. I feel like calling it Norska was not a good idea in like the long term, but to be fair to them, I don't think they were thinking in the long term. I think they were thinking in just regards to like kind of like Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, because they should have called it Tribes of Chaos. I think most people can agree with that. Tribes of Chaos would have been a much more appropriate name, and it would have allowed them to focus on like the Kurgan, the Hung, and the Norskins all at once, instead of where they've kind of done this awkward thing where it's like, well, okay, so it's technically a it's like, oh, okay, well, technically it's a Norska DLC, so like, are we supposed to have characters from like Norse or like from the other Chaos tribes, or is this supposed to be like exclusive to just these factions or just the Norska stuff, and we're not supposed to have stuff from the other guys? Like, I think it's kind of, oops, that's not what I wanted. I feel like it's unnecessarily pigeonholed, so to speak. Now, granted, like, obviously that hasn't limited them that much, because they've done the whole, you know, they've done the whole business on like, oh, well, you know, you can have Famir in it, and you can have, like, you can have all these different, like, troops and stuff from things that aren't really Norska, but are, you know, whatever, close enough. So I don't think it's necessarily a huge deal on that front. However, I do think it's something that the community has kind of come to notice of like, oh, well, it would have been kind of nice if they had done Tribes of Chaos instead, because then it would have been a lot easier to be like, oh, well, why don't we include this like other Kurgan character, or why don't we include this like Hung character, or why don't we have these like units that can represent the Hung or the Kurgan in addition to all of your like Norska stuff. Whereas like now I feel like they don't want to do that because they're like, oh, well, we don't want to admit that we like goofed. I don't know. It's a weird, the whole thing's a weird situation. I don't think it's a huge deal either way. Like it's fine. You know, I put out my video on how I think Norska could be wrapped up. Where like if they gave me Borg Bearstruck, Sal the Faithless, Muna Mim, and like, you know, just for funsies gave us like Sertha Ek, I'd be fine. I'd be done. But it's, the whole situation is just kind of silly. You know, it is what it is.
Offer other than abject subservience.
Savage Orcs have declared war on me. Where are they? Oh, they're in the very south. Okay. I love when I walk all the way over here to break up this siege, and then turns out I was not even needed. Cool beans. Thanks, guys. The calm before the storm. The Skaven are going to go apeshit in 10 turns. Cool. That is a problem. I mean, we're in a relatively good position to deal with that, but not as good of a position as I would like.
Do not betray your... The Hekara will be mine. You cannot expunge our rage. Obey
Yeah, I can. Okay, let me get the Storm Riders, just so we have them. Well, the good news is our bromance with the Lizardmen should remain very strong.
I shall take your advice. My leg.
We're just gonna keep punching Corn in the face till he's dead.
Chaos rejects you.
Rejects you. Yeah, shut up, dude. Whatever.
Knight_of_red X300. Well, it's a good thing Ratmen don't exist.
Yeah. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we have absolutely nothing to worry about. Do I attack the dwarfs now?
I have nothing for the undead. Leave now.
Yeah, I feel like I could. Okay, we should probably wait until Kasabar has like appropriate defenses. Like, why don't we get Kasabar to the point where it's like truly defended, which is going to take a few turns, and then we can turn our attention to attacking the dwarves. So I'm going to tell this guy to just hang out in like ambush stance and just to be quiet for a minute.
My dynasty reigns supreme.
I know it does. Shush. I need obsidian or exotic animal. Oh. Oh, I could get... That's not that great. Incantations is really good, but that also requires obsidian. A character I've seen in other people's ideals is Lord Mortkin. I don't really like Lord Mortkin for Norska because Lord Mortkin is technically from Norska. That is true. Like, he was born in Norska. He cared about his tribe, but he is a warrior of chaos. He is not a Norscan, in my opinion, because he becomes so fucking massive, and he's like this big... Oh, we'll fight this. He's like literally... he was in the running to become Everchosen. He was an insanely big, beefy, badass warrior of chaos, fully decked out in hardcore heavy armor to the point where you can't even like see him anymore. He rides a juggernaut of corn, and like his private guard is like hardcore chosen, and the vast majority of his legions are all warriors of chaos. He's just not a Norscan character. He's from Norska, but like so are a stupid amount of the warrior of chaos characters. Like, there are a lot of characters from the warriors of chaos who originate from Norska, but they've kind of grown beyond it. And that's kind of how I feel about that, is that I understand that they're like, oh, well, he's Norscan originally, so shouldn't he be from Norska? And I feel like, or shouldn't he be a Norscan character? And that's just way too reductive, in my opinion. Like, I think Wulfric the Wanderer is like the most heavily armored you can be without crossing into that warrior of chaos threshold. And even Wulfric, in my opinion, is kind of pushing it a little bit. But I just... to me, Norska is supposed to be about, I don't think you should look at Norska of like, oh, well, if you're from Norska, you're Norskin. It should be individuals that still have that kind of more berserker tribes of chaos feel to them. The second they become the second they are in full chaos armor head to toe, right? I just don't consider them to be Norskins anymore. Lord Mortkin, though, like, the dude rides on a juggernaut, and has bound like entire he bound a huge tribe of beastmen, multiple warrior hordes. He had a general, just like an Everchosen would. He had a general from each 4 of the dark powers under his command. He had an emperor class chaos dragon. He had he had one of the largest armies that, like, honestly, if you were to put Lord Mortkin's horde in a fight against Tarmakon's horde, just for his perspective, Mortkin would have had a pretty good chance of winning that fight. I find the argument that Mortkin is Norskin to be extremely weak. And it's purely based on like where he's born. But it's like, that's silly in my opinion. I think he has evolved past. He's gone past them at that point. Damn offensive! Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are there any mods on Twitch? Any mods in chat? We really need to get new mods. Just because I don't have enough of them. Whoa. Okay. Oh, thank you, Bugsman. Alright. So, okay, the main thrust... Wait, no? Where is Pigs? Okay, so the main thrust is coming from this direction. And he's got, like, more of a supplement force coming from this direction, which is fine. My chariots should be able to wreak some pretty good havoc over here as long as I'm careful. So I think we're going to mostly worry about defending ourselves over here. And kind of try to more hold the line. We'll put the skeleton warriors in front of the halberds so the skeletons kind of eat the initial charge. And then we can have our warriors sort of block up each of these avenues. But we do want to get a starter tower up here just to kind of get some early damage in. And I'm going to need to micro these like crazy. We're just gonna make sure we keep building little, like, pyramid things. Healy pyramids. If I could get around on all these archers, that'd be swell. Can I explain why Crimlo isn't in my Norska DLC? Because I have standards. And I'm trying to prevent great evils from being unleashed upon this world that none of you understand. And the second you allow in Crimlo, you put us all at risk. Y'all two can hang out there just in case they do make their way over. Keep it moving, people. Keep it moving. Come on, hurry up. 592, 400. Hold the Healy shrines. Oh, pay attention. Oh, fuck. Ah. Not going super great. That's gonna be a good one. Okay, I need to be up here, so I'm gonna stop microwaving for a minute. Alright, we're gonna unleash the Tomb Scorpions there! Tomb Scorpions, Tomb Swarms! Yes, beautiful, yes! I really like Tomb Swarms. I think they did a really good job. Like, obviously, it would have been really cool to have them as actual units, but, you know, for what we had to work with, I think they did pretty marvelous. Archers! Good. Come up on those two. Good job. Why don't we... Okay, just hold there and keep healing. Let's get y'all on those archers. Through the breach. Okay, we got like a perfect line right there. Daka. Well, this flank's going very well. The other one I'm a little worried about. Okay, they're gone, hopefully. They're healing, which is great. Okay, I've got another Scorpion, but we should probably save it until we need it. I want y'all to come around the back here. Okay, I can summon Ushapti. I think now would be a good time. Go help hold the center. Go help hold the center. Get your asses back here. We're gonna bring in our last batch of Scorpions. The war boss is getting attacked. They're on the archers. Okay, we need to make sure they don't come back. Okay, good job. You lot, let's head in there. That's right. Pile on in, lads. Pile on in. Right there. Now he's getting archer support. If I can kill the war boss, we might be able to stabilize things here. Wish I had any towers left. Y'all are out of ammo? Okay, into the fight. I think we're gonna lose, but we will take a lot of them with us. Sometimes the best thing you can do. Come on, kill the war boss! Bring him down! Bring him down! Okay, he's fleeing. Don't just stand there. Into them! Into them! Hey, Lord Winch, thanks so much for the generous super chat, my dude. Been ages since I caught a live stream live. I'm glad Lord Beards with Andy has reinvigorated you. I don't know what I do. Deep analysis. Well, thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year's to you as well. Thank you for the sweet message. Is he dead? Oh, yeah, he's dead. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to deal enough leadership shock. To the bitter end, lads. To the bitter end. All right, anyway, we put up a good fight. It'll slow them down from taking any more settlements until I can get one of my Tomb Kings down there. Thoughts on a swarm free LC where we just get all the swarm units? I feel like that would not be a free LC because that would be a lot of unit. That would be probably a considerable amount of effort for unit design, considering that swarms would be using like completely brand new like skeletons and animations and everything. I don't think we'd get that for free. Now, would I like to see like a swarm DLC that adds like swarms to all the factions that should have swarms? Sure, I think that'd be super cool. But I also have no self-control and I'm willing to pay for anything. So, you know, take that as you will. All right, you march north. Settra, we're gonna send across the dunes, which is gonna suck, but somebody's gotta do it. Or across the marshes. I am hoping Tretch will take the Misty Mountain, and then I can take the Misty Mountain, and that's where we will start to launch our assaults from. I have a bad feeling there's going to be like a giant Queek army that comes like spilling out from the Misty Mountain. Because like he's dead, but I think he's going to get revived. Very little shit! Yeah, you better run. How dare you attack the plane of Tuskers, you little shits! What swarms are missing? If you were to make every swarm into a unit, we are missing bat swarms, tomb swarms, snotling swarms, jungle swarms for the lizardmen. I think I already said tomb swarms. Okay, hold on. So we're missing rat swarms for the Skaven, bat swarms for the vampire counts, tomb swarms for the tomb kings, jungle swarms for the lizardmen, snotling swarms for the greenskins. We already have nurglings. We're missing spirit hosts, which are technically a swarm unit for the vampire counts. Though I still think we could get spirit hosts, and they could not necessarily be a swarm unit. But spirit hosts for the vampire counts. There was also like drowned rats or something like that for the vampire coast. And then I think that's all of them. Pretty sure that's all of them. Will Skaven armies be usable for the old world? Yes and no, and yes. So, when the old world releases, the Skaven are not one of the supported factions at the start. However, they will have a legacy rule set, which will give you everything that you need to play with the Skaven. However, I also feel pretty strongly that Games Workshop is going to eventually add in the legacy races into the wider setting. Oh no, I want revenge. However, it's going to take quite some time before that happens. I don't think even in the best case scenario, I don't think Skaven are going to be playable for years as a main, as a big playable faction. Games Workshop earlier this week quite literally came out and said, no, you're not going to be able to play Skaven. That being said, they've done this song and dance before. Like when they brought back Blood Bowl, they literally did the same thing where they came out and they're like, hey, we're redoing Blood Bowl, but all of the teams that you all used to know and love, like those aren't going to be playable anymore. We're only going to do these new teams, and we'll add in some other new teams, but we're not going to do your old teams. And then they immediately, like a couple years later, they started re-releasing all of the old teams. So like, I roll my eyes whenever they say that shit, because I just don't think they're being honest. Now granted, it could be it's just they're not being honest with themselves. Or the more realistic thing is that it could be that they want to make it very clear that the current plans, I do believe them, that the current plans are not to include any of the legacy races, ever. But I think that the idea that they're just never, ever, ever going to have Skaven in the old world, or Dark Elves, or Demons of Chaos, or Lizardmen, or Ogres, I think that's ridiculous. Do I have a favorite Primarch or Space Marine chapter? Generally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of Primarchs or Space Marines. However, if you had a gun to my head and you told me to pick one, I would probably pick Vulcan and the Salamanders.
Very well. I obey.
I don't know, they seem cool. I've also seen some like really neat kit bashes. Like I've seen like a particularly awesome kit bash that was someone took a bunch of like Lizardman units and kit bashed them into like Salamander power armor and was like, look, Salamanders, because like Salamanders are a Lizardman unit. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, chariots, second stage, please. Second stage. Chugga, 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 chugga. Protect your king!
Tomb King. What, my king? Tomb King. Power of the gods.
That being said, I do also, like, if I were to ever play Space Marines, like, I would also be kind of tempted by Space Wolves, but I feel like that's because Space Wolves feel like one of the only Space Marine factions that actually have different stuff going on, where it's like, all right, you could play one of the following, like, 18 factions that all kind of look the same, or you could play with the one that has giant wolf monsters and giant wolf cavalry, and it's like, oh, well, I mean, those are my options. Yeah, it'd be cool if Salamanders had, like, a giant salamander dragon thing as, like, a monster that some of their guys rode or something. I don't know, that'd be cool. That would get my attention. Am I a furry? No, I just think giant wolves are awesome. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a furry. There might be people who would argue I'm a furry, but I don't consider myself a furry. That being said, I think for the old world, I think I'm gonna try and play Beastmen. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. Like Beastmen are kind of feeling like the most interesting of the options that are available. Now, granted, you know, obviously I could very well change that if, you know, they come out and are like, oh, look at this, like, new dwarf range, and the dwarfs are, like, super fucking awesome.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. Same here. I live Space Wolves because they remind me the Midland Army. And chat, he's a scaly.
I am not in anything, okay? Listen, I like boobies, I like butts, and I can appreciate very well-toned muscles. The anything else that is added onto that, as far as I'm concerned, is just extra nonsense that I am neither drawn towards nor repelled by. It's the safest way I can explain it.
Bigot Forta Tech cheer. X100. Beastmen are bestmen. I have a massive pile of Minotaurs from Zealot Miniatures. I'm so hyped to get them on square bases. Lol.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm Minotaurs are kick-ass. I am very excited for the return of Beastmen. I don't think Beastmen are going to get any new minis for a hot minute, because if what I've heard rumor-wise are true from, like, Chapter Master Valrex streams, then it seems what we're going to be seeing is dwarfs, and so they're doing Tomb Kings and Bretonia first, which there's going to be, like, a whole nother wave of Tomb King and Bretonia stuff. We've only seen wave 1 so far, and we know that's true because they've already revealed a bunch of models that aren't out yet. Like, you know, we've seen the Prince, or the Harold Nakaf model. That's not available yet, which means that there's going to be another Tomb King wave. And also the Bretonian character Elise Duchard is also not out yet, which means she's going to come out at some point with more Bretonian units. So I am presuming there's going to be, like, another wave of, at least one more wave. There might be more than one, but there's going to be more wave with those units. And, you know, we'll have to see what happens. All right, let's kill Tretch here, because Tretch is about to go apeshit anyway. Oh! So, Tretch has some friends. It's not too bad, though. Let's get Strider on our Big Daddy. And this is a +4 to the unit I put it on. Let's put it on my... let's put it on our Tomb Guard with halberds, I guess. Do I think Games Workshop will expand more about the Southlands? I think as long as the old world continues to sell well, which so far it has sold stupidly well, I think as long as the game continues to be popular and sell well, Games Workshop will continue supporting it, which means they'll continue expanding the world. They've already kind of started adding new stuff into the Southlands. If you go look at the map they have on theoldworld.com, they've already mentioned some Southland tribes that are human. Like, they're human Southland tribes. Which is lore we've never seen before. So they're already adding new stuff into the Southlands. I don't think they're going to expand on it for a really long time. Like, at least for several years. But I do think there will come a point where they will start to expand on it. As long as the game continues to make them money. Y'all know that whole meme where everyone in the Total War community was like, oh, CA is gonna like threaten to discontinue Total War if people don't buy the DLCs. Yeah, and it's like, no, that's not what they said. But like, I understand why you feel that way, but that's not really how this that's not really the situation we're in. With Games Workshop, that is 100% the situation we're in. that is the situation with Games Workshop. Without the slightest of exaggerations. Games Workshop is quite literally holding a gun to Warhammer's head and is like, you will buy this, or we will totally do the end times all over again. Don't try us. It's like, you evil bastards. But hey, that's GW for you. It buys the game, or else it gets the end times again.
Sir_Arthur_of_I just cheered.
There's a lot of underscores.
X100. For King Luon Orcslayer, you said he will most likely die. I personally think a good way would be for him to fight Settra during the invasion of Bretonia and win, but be mortally wounded in the process.
Yeah, that would be awesome. If that would be kick-ass. If King Luon Orcslayer, I would love that as the conclusion to the War of the Border Princes, is that like they fight either all the way up to Bretonia, or they fight up to a point in the Border Princes where the Bretonians are willing to like push back, and we get a showdown between Orcslayer and Settra that ends with like Orcslayer managing to like, you know, deal a blow to Settra that causes Settra to die, which, you know, when Settra dies, his body falls apart, but he, you know, bursts into a swarm of scarabs and devours whoever kills him because of the whole Curse of the Tomb Kings. So it would be epic as fuck for King Luon to take down Settra, but then he gets killed by the curse. Because, like, that would be the most noble thing he could do. So if they wanted him to be, like, a super badass king, but still stay relatively close to his story, then the goal should be to have him duel Settra, and then he dies at the end of it. Which I would love that. I think that would be super kick-ass.
Inquisitor_Hammond cheered. X100. Have you maybe perhaps perchance sometimes theoretically have thought that you'd have been Stockholm Syndrome by GW?
No! I want to spend my money on pieces of plastic that will have no value the longer I get into my life, potentially, and are probably making the world a worse place for the environment, because they come on plastic sprues that I then chop up and most of the time throw away, though I do my best to recycle. No! Lies! Listen, I'm gonna die one day. I'm just trying to enjoy the ride while I'm here, okay? What's the whole meme with the end times? So, if you're new around here, which is distinctly possible, because there's a lot of new people joining the community these days. If you're new around here, Warhammer Fantasy was the original Games Workshop game. A lot of people don't know that. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, like 40K is like so popular, it must be like super old. Nah. Like, Fantasy was here first. Fantasy was the big brother to 40K. We were the original, the OG. However, due to a lot of really poor business decisions by Creative Assembly, sorry, not Creative Assembly, by Games Workshop, amidst just lots of other things that were going on in the world at the time, Warhammer Fantasy started selling a lot less than Games Workshop would have liked, especially because the Games Workshop at that time was an evil as fuck, greedy company who only cared about, like, trying to sell models and not making good games. Because they're like, we're a model company, not a game company. We don't need to make good rules. Fuck that. Who needs good rules? The models are all that matters. So, of course, people stopped buying the models because the game was not good anymore. Anyway, it led to Games Workshop doing the End Times, which was they literally blew up the Warhammer Fantasy planet. They had this big event. It was called the End Times. It was the apocalypse. Everybody dies. It was also really, really rushed and really poorly written and had a lot of really severe problems. So it gets memed on a lot nowadays because A, the meme is how we deal with the trauma of the world literally blowing up. And B, there is the uncomfortable but very realistic issue that if the game if Build World genuinely does not sell well, there is a pretty good chance that GW is going to do their damnedest to, like, blow it up again. Or just stop supporting it would be the more kind of, like, realistic thing. Alright, Stalkers, you have the go-ahead. Let's get them Tornadors. Archers. Let's pull our Tomb King back a smidge. I really don't appreciate the Warp Lightning. God, that fucking hurts. Oh, I hate Warp Lightning. That spell is so painful. It's like getting hit in the face with like a fucking sledgehammer. And you get exos useful. I don't know what I clicked. Yep. Can y'all reach that Gracier? If so, please, what is going on over here? It's fine. Let's get a heal on you. Let's get Tomb Swarms. Push them back. Keep firing! Keep firing!
Chaos magic! Invocation!
Ooh.
The dead do not rest!
Ooh, no, no, no. That needs to stop. Archers, shoot trench.
Necrotic!
You know what? I like. Keep going. What a hectic battlefield. Yep. That's how it be sometimes. Get away from me, Tretch.
Command accepted! Power of the gods!
Nope, I see a good target. That nerd. Alright, there's no more reinforcements coming on. So now I just gotta finish the food on my plate, so to speak. Alright, let's divide and conquer, people.
Come now!
THT1 guy Yunochi.
Shouldn't have to use like a billion characters.
I am just wondering, why are your heroes not on horses? Not only do the skeletal horses look cool, they also could make the heroes more effective.
Ah! The answer to that is because they're not lore accurate. That's why. It specifically states in the Tomb Kings book that Tomb Kings don't ride horses. Because it goes against, like, their, what you can think of as, like, their social structure. It's considered very, very, very not appropriate for a Tomb King to ride a mere steed. Because horses are seen as, like, very filthy creatures by the Tomb Kings. So, plus, if you were playing Tomb Kings in tabletop, so, like, 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Tabletop, which was the last edition before we switched to the old world, obviously, because the setting blew up, you couldn't actually take Tomb Kings on horses. That was not allowed. You could take them on foot, you could take them on a chariot, or you could take them on you could take them on a chariot or a sphinx, or on foot. That was it. There was never any option to take them on horse, because in their lore, that was not allowed. There was a whole, like, especially if you go back in, like, the good old days to, like, 6th edition, we even used to have all these rules about how Tomb Kings would not, if you took them on a chariot, they had special rules for challenges, because Tomb Kings wouldn't even fight challenges from the backs of chariots. They would want to, they would actually step off their chariots and go fight, like, mano a mano. Because they were just slick like that. Can we, like, finish off any of these fucking characters, please? feel like I've gotten every Skaven character down to like 5 hit points.
Agreed.
Somebody kill him! Good fucking grief. How about we don't shoot the Tomb King?
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. This isn't Laurel Tabletop. This is Total War. If that was the case, why do you play with LLs that have been dead? More like Warmaster of Borytech.
Because I can give you a solid lore explanation for why all of those characters are alive. The only playable characters in Total War Warhammer who are canonically dead when you start the game are Rapunzel de Leoness, who can easily be returned to life because that is like one of the lady's best hat tricks, is that she is literally able to preserve people from death and keep them in well enough shape that should she need them, her champions, she can call upon them again and resurrect them from death. That's literally what the Green Knight is. We also don't know how Rapunzel died, so it's completely possible that the lady would have used her power to preserve Rapunzel de Leoness and simply returned her to life when the need was great enough. That would not be that much of a stretch at all for the lore. And all of the other characters who were dead by the time the timeline starts are literally vampires. Which, like, vampires are never truly dead. They are only dead for now. Vampires coming back to life is part of the course.
My will be.
And then there's Grom the Paunch, but Grom the Paunch was never confirmed dead. In the modern lore, it was actually very heavily suggested that he's still alive somewhere, and that any day he's gonna come back. So don't come at me with your bullshit.
Tomb King. Petra agrees.
Oh good, we finally killed it. Striker A, thank you so much for the super chat. What do you think the chances are a successful The Old World will lead to a 9th edition? Either an alternative to The Old World timeline or Age of Sigmar Techless message back to himself to change the future to go back past the end times. I feel like I'll put it this way. I think the odds of The Old World causing them to retcon the end times where the end times just doesn't happen is about as likely as the Horus Heresy being so popular that they retcon 40k as to never having happened so that they can do more Horus Heresy. Like, I just don't think that's a realistic trajectory of how the story is going to go down. That being said, I think it's certainly possible they might do like The Old World and maybe one day go back to the like the modern age, the age right before the end times, and they might retell the end time story, where if they retell it, you know, they'll try and make it a lot better than it was and try and tell like the full epic tale instead of the absolute fucking mess that we got. But I don't really think there's any realistic chance that they're just gonna be like, oh well, okay, you know, fuck the fuck the end times, we're just not gonna do it at all, and it never happened, and we're gonna do like an alternate timeline. I don't think that's really in the cards. I think the best case scenario is that they'll jump around.
X100. Yeah, what he said too. You also use units that don't exist in lore or tabletop, like Boxages or Grail Guardians and other non-existent units. Also, is the lady a female Nagash then? Bringing back human...
So the lady does not bring people back from death. She prevents them from dying in the first place. Two very different things. Point 2, bringing back people from the dead is not exclusive to Nagash. Nagash has an exclusive way of doing it, and he is the expert at like mass production when it comes to that. But Nagash does not have a perfect stranglehold on resurrecting the dead. That is something a lot of different gods do. The Chaos gods do it. There are some Order gods that do it. It's not that crazy unusual of like a thing to happen. Also, Grail Guardians did exist in tabletop, so shut your whore mouth, Hammond. And Boxagors are also not a stretch at all from a tabletop perspective. If I limit myself purely to what was available to take in the army roster, that's fucking stupid. I'm more comfortable with doing things that were realistic within the lore, which Boxagors absolutely are. The Lizardmen demonstrate on a regular basis that they're capable of using Old One artifacts on a regular basis, with Krokgar having his Old One mechanical arm, all of the Bastillodons having Old One technology, the Engine of the Gods having Old One technology. That's an established trope. So the idea that they would discover a form of Old One tech that could be utilized by Kroxgors by strapping it over their hands so that they can't take it off, perfectly viable. Also, Sacred Kroxgors were a thing, which is what the Boxagors are called. They're called Sacred Kroxgors, which are a tabletop thing. They kitted them out a little bit, but nothing they're kitted out with is that crazy. John, hi, I'm new to Warhammer. Wanted to ask you why 40k is doing much better than AOS despite a similar, I feel, amount of focus from DW looking at the year and mini review they did. Enjoying your content. John, thank you for the super chat. The reason is history. While AOS and 40k, I think, have been receiving more similar amounts of favoritism, shall we say? I guess that would be the safe way to put it. That they've been on a more consistent, similar page in recent years. 40k has been the favorite child for decades. I mean, if you consider that Warhammer Fantasy blew up about 8 years ago, there was a good couple, like, multi-year stretch where 40k was, like, their only successful IP. And they were just dumping more and more and more and more and more into it. But honestly, if you were to remove Space Marines from 40k, I feel like the sales difference between 40k and AOS would actually be not that big. It would probably be a lot closer to even. It's really just the Space Marines that kind of grossly outsell everything else. Rats hurt.
If Amazons can use Eldar weapons, put the downlords and heroes on horses. Where's your inner Texan? False Texan. Someone burn his 10-gallon hat.
Bitch, do I look like I live out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and I ride a horse everywhere I go? I don't even have a 10-gallon hat. It's a waste of money. That would be cringe where I live. I live in civilized society. I don't live in the Wild West. That age ended a long time ago. People need to get over it. What do you think, I go and like do worship at the Alamo every Sunday? I am not a stereotype. Thank you very much. Do I live in Texas? Yes, but I live in like the normal part of Texas. I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where most people live. Most people live in either Dallas-Fort Worth, Houston, Austin, or San Antonio. That's pretty much it. Then you got like a ton of people living out in the rural areas. You mean Texas isn't all saloons and shootouts? Well, at least not the saloon part.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X100. Yes, Sotek does worship the Alamo.
False. I mean, I know the Alamo. I've been to the Alamo too many times. Not like I haven't like specifically gone to it. It's more that just where it's placed in San Antonio. It's really weird. It's just kind of like in the middle of like some like buildings. It's just there. Like they didn't preserve that much space around it. They literally just preserved the building, so you'll just kind of walk into it and be like, oh shit.
100. Let's go Waco.
Oh, poor Waco. Oh god, Waco. Waco is the place that I always drive through and go, god damn it, now I have to drive through Waco. Just try and get through that part as fast as I can, because the traffic is, if there's gonna be like a spot in the trip where there's gonna be like awful traffic or like really weird construction or like a bizarre amount of buildings that are closed or like the bathrooms aren't open for some reason, it's gonna be Waco. If you live in Waco, I am so sorry. Like for you, not like for what I'm saying, but because you live there. Waco is sketchy. It just feels like it's just a strange little place. It's a strange little place.
Summon them. Destroy all. The Hekara will be mine.
And that's like before you deal with all the things that happened in Waco. Which, like, good grief.
Curse them. It shall be done. I have risen.
Okay, I don't think I want to actually go that much further north than this, because it'll be like harder and harder to hold on to the territory we have. I think our goal is going to be to kill Scarbrand and then kind of lock things
Inquisitor
down.
underscore Hammond cheered. X100. If Texas was Lustria, what would be Hexoatl? Itzo and the other temple cities? Would the Alamo be Krog's resting place?
No, I mean, maybe like from like a what's the most important. Like I do feel like Austin would be Itza. Hexawatl would probably be Dallas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So kind of that little triangle, the DFW area. The Metroplex, as they call it. Austin would probably be Itza. I feel like San Antonio would probably be Tlaxcalan. Oh, what would Houston be? Houston would be like... Houston would probably be Slanhapek. Because both of them seem humid as fuck, and I would die if I went there. Like the City of Mist. Yeah, that matches up for Houston. Houston's that city that nobody in their right mind would ever invade, just like Slanhapek, because then you'd be trapped in Houston. Which is surely a fate worse than death. Sure. Let's get the Second Dynasty building, since we're there. Are they still alive, or are they dead? Are those... Nope, they're still alive somewhere. Hiding in the... Oh, well, I have a military alliance, so I can go hunting. Where are the greenskins?
Settra does not serve.
Oh, I did not want to go this direction. Oops. Well, too late now.
You dare approach the imperishable.
Oh, it's his last settlement. We got him on the run. Houston is where Clan Pestilence is. Oh, man. I hate humidity too much. Which I get that from my mother. My mother always would say something along the lines of like, if we had lived in Houston, she would have probably like she would have lost herself to truly evil, like horrible compulsions, because the humanity would have driven her mad. Which I also despise. I don't mind heat. Like, I can handle heat. You know, I'm that stereotypical, like, joke everybody makes about, like, people from Texas or Arizona, those places where they're like, well, it's a dry heat. So, you know, it's not as bad. It's just dry heat. It's true, though. Like, a dry heat is so much more manageable than humid heat. Humidity is the devil. Oh, we can get a new king. Yeah, let's go ahead and pick up Rakash, who doesn't have any particular gimmicks. He's just kind of there. Okay, why don't you make sure he does not escape, and then you can head for Carricate Peaks.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. Fishmen are in Corpus Christi, where is Skeggy, El Cadavo, and Harkin?
I feel like Luther Harkin would be in Corpus Christi, to be honest. Orcs? There he is. El Cadavo would probably be like Texarkana. I don't know why, it just gives me those vibes. Skekki would be Amarillo. Skekki would absolutely be Amarillo. Harkin's in Waco. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, Harkin would be in Waco. Yeah, Skekki would undoubtedly be Amarillo. I do not miss Amarillo at all. Is there a landmark in Lamia for the Tomb Kings yet? Yes, there is.
Unquail creature, Settra speaks.
It's the I forget what it's called, but yeah, it's this building, the Hall of Rebirth, which is okay. It's not great, but it's something. The bonus research rate is nice.
Knight _ Red Shield. X200. As a person who live in Amarillo, help.
Submit to your king.
I wasn't sure where that was going for a moment. Help! So, okay, so you live in Amarillo, then you may be pleased or horrified to learn that I used to live very close to there. When I was in college, or when I went to college, I went to study at West Texas A&M University, which, if you live in Amarillo, you probably know where that is, because it's right next door. And god damn, does Amarillo just suck. It just sucks. Like, there are some minor elements of it that aren't that bad, but like, oh god. Like, at least Canyon had like a really nice rustic beauty to it, you know, if you're like really into that. Which, you know, I enjoyed. It wasn't my thing all the time, but I could enjoy the elements, you know, parts of it. But like Amarillo, dude, every time I visited Amarillo, it was like, ooh. I lived there for years. Though I will say, despite the fact it was definitely not like particularly impressive, I did have a good time at the Tri-State Fair. The Tri-State Fair was enjoyable. Like, I took a girl on a date there once, and I had a surprisingly good time. Despite the fact that the date itself did not go crazy well. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't great either. Okay, so the orc problem is dealt with. So now I can turn my attention onto the dwarfs. Unless the Skaven the Skaven trigger event goes off and it's just like really bad. Which I don't think it'll be that bad, but we'll see what happens.
Ready?
John 678, thank you for the super chat. Is Governor Greg Abbott Lord Mazdamundi? God no. God no. Abbott is just the fucking worst. Abbott and all of his cronies are like a really shitty, less successful, horrible version of the Council of 13. Just garbage.
Marvel at my pyramid. Know that you will never achieve such majesty.
Ooh, trade with the Wood Elves and non-aggression. All right. Apparently, Settra is teaming up with the Elves. Yeah, y'all, trust me, y'all don't want to get me started on a rant about Texas politics, because no one's going to have a good time. No one's going to have a good time.
Battle for the Creator God. Witness my eternal majesty.
Scarbrand is dead! Oh my god, finally. Oh my god, finally, it's over. Sam, it's over. Oh, that was horrible. That took so long.
Nehekara rises from the sands.
Good fucking riddance. And now we prepare for the inevitable Skaven bullshit. Because there's about to be a lot of it. Scarborough will return next Saturday morning. Not this campaign, he won't. Which is a good thing, too, because I was pretty sick of his shenanigans. Okay, I don't like that Tic-Tac-Toe seems to be losing against Kairos Fateweaver. So, do y'all think we should send King Alcazar south to help the fight against the demons, or should we use him against the dwarfs? Because we can get another Tomb King. Like, we can recruit a new Tomb King. We can get Rakash. So, do we send Rakash to deal with the demons, or do we send somebody else? Are there any books down Kairos' way? No. There's no books in the south. They're all north or east or west. Wait, how close? Okay. Yeah, there's no books down here. There's one up, it's the closest ones are the one in Skavenblight, the one in Lamia, and the one in Carrick 8 Peaks. Oh my god, Kairos is already like sweeping around. Yeah, I may not actually have to fight the dwarves. I may just have to deal with demons, which would actually be quite nice. King Rakash, I haven't had anyone go Usirian yet, so we're gonna go Usirian. And then we're gonna go this. We could go cavalry, because I don't have a cavalry focused character yet. Who's the ones we're missing? We're missing Setep, who is about Lich Priests, and we're missing Thutep, who is all about Sphinxes. Okay, so well, yeah, let's make him the cavalry lord. Let's do cavalry and what would go well with cavalry? Maybe like Ushabti with great bows to like keep up with us. That sounds decent. Alternatively, we could do Stone Sentinels and go, yeah, let's do that instead. Let's do that. Let's go Sepulchral Stalkers, Cavalry. So I can do Dune Rider. Resurrect, and Rock Marcher. Cool. Kairos fried chicken. So delicious, it gives you extra limbs. You'll never feel the same after trying it. I will take a Bone Giant. I'll take Carrion. Okay, let's cut down on the Nehekara Horseman a little bit. Let's get a... Let's get another unit of Carrion. And then I'll get the heroes. Which I'm going to need to unlock more heroes. Take Serpent Carver.
The greatest artist.
Knight underscore of underscore red cheered. X100. Roses are red, violets are blue. I like Warhammer lore because of you.
Oh, not red. Thank you for the sweet message. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping that Lamia will fall to Kairos. Oh, Kairos isn't actually at war with the dwarves. That's interesting. Okay. He must have just stolen it because he's an asshole.
Ready, father. I shall with my curse.
Yes, we'll get more heroes for our new Tomb King. In the book Sigvald, he has a library with every book in existence that he doesn't care about once he had it. Does that include magical tomes or just literature? It would probably include some magical tomes. I doubt it would include every magical tome. Because a lot of magical tomes are not easy to replicate. So, like, he wouldn't have the Books of Nagash, more than likely. He might, but probably doesn't. But you also have stuff like... I highly doubt that he would have the... other magical books from, like, the elves readily accessible, for instance. But it would just depend on what that particular writer was feeling at the time. Because who knows? Maybe he would. Under the right... You know, maybe he does. But, you know, it doesn't help that Sigvald doesn't give a shit about that library anymore, so we don't really know what's in it. Because Sigvald's just kind of like, I don't really care. Because he's a big man, baby.
Yes, see it is done.
Alright, why don't you heal up?
Is my throne ready?
And then we're going to ride south to go help Tic-Tac-Toe against the demons.
My dynasty reigns.
Because demons are assholes.
Attend your king, slaves. Where are my slaves? Great art refreshes all.
You know what? Instead of that for the moment, let me get another Lich Priest. Who was strong more, Sigmar or Settra when they were alive? That would be really fucking hard to answer. That would be
Inquisitor
super
underscore
fucking
Hammond
hard to
cheered.
answer.
X100 probably has lusty Argonian made, the Good Lizardman Black Library novels and the last Game of Thrones books that George R.R. Martin doesn't want to write.
Probably. To be fair, the Lusty Argonian Maid is kind of like a classic staple of big brain literature. Like, anyone of class, of course, has that book, obviously.
The realm of souls.
I mean, can you really be said to be an enjoyer of literature if you don't have such a masterpiece? Didn't think so.
King of Nehekara.
Okay, so we can get Necrosphinxes. We'll go double up on this guy. I also want a... I also want Tomb Scorpions. Oh, that puts me at 20. Well, that's not going to work. I guess we could cut down on the infantry squad a smidge. Because I do need to get my characters back. But I can't get any right now.
King of Tombs.
I think we'll switch out our archers. Maybe double catapult is a little too much. I don't know, I'll think about it.
My will be done. Nehekara rises from the sands. Bow before your king.
Dwarfs, enjoy your conquering while it lasts.
My city.
I'm going to prepare for the inevitable wave that's building up as we speak.
Serve king and his soul.
Nice, good job. That gives me a scroll of power. We must prepare for what is to come.
Submit to your king.
All right, you must ride south to aid our allies. All right, we have a defensive alliance with the lizards, which means I can start to build some really cool shit, like a lizardman embassy, so we can get actual lizardman units, which is going to be kind of awesome.
Summon them.
Hey, Hugh, how you doing, man? Do I think we'll get news from CA on Tuesday Newsday this week? No, of course not. I don't even think they're all back in the office yet. I think some of them are back in the office. I don't think all of them are yet. No, I don't think we're going to hear anything for a hot minute.
Kneel before Settra. Only then may you petition me.
Join your war against the dwarfs? I will in just a moment. Give me just a few turns, lizard bro. How much of the Southlands did Settra conquer in life? He conquered up to the edge of the jungles. And all of Araby. Or at least the vast majority of Araby.
Address me as your highness. My father demands it. Awake!
There we go.
Strengthen our legion.
Alright, I need another Necrotect and another Tomb Prince. So let's get this Necrotect for King Wakaf. And I guess we're pretty much in good position to start punching dwarfs in the face. Oh, but the Skaven go crazy next turn. Alright, so let's let the Skaven go crazy and see what we're dealing with. I think that'll be the best way to handle the situation. Especially because I'm in the Misty Mountain, which means Quick Head Taker is probably about to pop up and absolutely shove my butt through my face. So let's get an idea of what we're dealing with, and then we'll go from there.
Tomb King of Nehekara.
We ride to Tic-Tac-Toe's aid.
Attend your king, slave.
I'm coming, lizard bro.
Yes.
Hey, Lars, thanks for the super chat, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you for, by the way, thank you all very, very much for the super chats and the bits, dude. And any subs or YouTube memberships. All the support helps out an absolute metric fuck ton. So thank you. Like, I don't have the language to properly express how much it helps. So thank you all very, very much for being awesome and the generosity and everything. It means the world to me. Thank you. What difficulty are we on? We are on very hard. So the second high, so like everything below legendary, just a step below, because I find legendary to be mentally taxing with very little reward.
Have risen. Ambush the foolish. Creep-bound legions arise. I assent.
All right. Bring on the rats! No! He teleported on top of Tic-Tac-Toe! Oh no! He made it so I couldn't save him. What an asshole! What an absolute dick. Damn. Rude? What about the crisis? We did a random crisis, but we're about to go into a scathing crisis.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Do they ever
Power up
actually
the
write out
Kappa
Settra's
Power
full
UPR.
title? What? Yeah, power. Here it comes! Alright, so the underway stuff is beginning. Great. I think I'd rather have a strong one.
More slaves. I need more. I must
Hellfire for Machid.
And then I need one more
X100.
prince.
Hello, great lore master of Sotek. We recently did the What If You Were Trapped in Warhammer Fantasy again. We did it 2 times. One was a random starting location. Ended up in Chaos Waste, survived longer than expected. The other in the same geologic.
What? End up at the Chaos Wife, we survived longer than expected. The other in the same geological location equivalent, aka Nagaroth, survived barely, had an adventure all the way to Altdorf. Cheer. Oh, awesome. Well, it sounds like you had a really good time then. I'm coming, lizard bro! Filthy demons! This will not stand! Yeah, we're gonna go full revenge mode against Zinchir. Lars, if it makes you feel better, I'm just looking in chat every once in a while, so I'm usually pretty good about reading y'all's messages. What good faction has the most grudges in the Great Book of Grudges, not including the Hyles and the Wood Elves? So if you exclude the Hyles and the Wood Elves, you're left with what? Lizardmen, who the dwarves don't really know a lot about. The Empire has a pretty good amount of grudges. Bretonia doesn't have too many. What else would really be left? Grand Cathay has very little interaction with the Khazalid Empire. Yeah, I mean, if you take the elves out of it, it would probably be the Empire, if you're looking at order factions. Did the Tomb Kings, when they were alive, fight chaos? Yes. Well, he said order faction, not any faction. Order.
Knight underscore of underscore red cheered. X100. Chaos rules. Chaos rules. Chaos rules.
O'Doyle rules! O'Doyle rules! That's what you sound like. I hope that's not too old of a reference anymore. That shouldn't be too old of a reference. I'm not that old. Oh, dude, we're gonna push these Zinch assholes' butts into the ground. Are you on a chariot yet? Eh, you're on a horse. That's good enough.
Next in line.
All right, we'll let our infantry catch up when they catch up, but we're just gonna go plowing in here. And I'm gonna spread out wider. Into them! Charge!
Sacrifice them!
Support your king!
Obey me! Undying prince!
Ow.
Onwards, legions!
Chariots! Rear charge! Bring them down! Their monsters are no match! Chariot, after that bird. Look out!
Move! Traversing!
Bring it down, chariots! Bring it down!
Bow to me! Tomb Prince!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The crowd worships me!
Alright, come over here, big kitties. I'll get off what last little second spells I can just for some bonus heals.
X100. What did the Tomb King say when asked who knitted his ugly sweater?
What?
Akmanan.
Manan! Oh. Don't make fun of his nan. She worked hard on that. You know how rare yarn is in Nahakara these days? You have to import that shit. Did that Tomb King say Thra worships me? Possibly, yes. He's only a little heretical, it's alright.
Inform the necrotic.
Oh yeah, Big Daddy's on the Sphinx now. Okay, we need to get him fire resistance and shooting resistance. He's gonna need it. Because we're about to be fighting a whole lot of Zinch.
Submit to your king.
Good work, boss man.
My dynasty reigns supreme.
Why can I not move?
Do not betray your king. Serve me.
Huh.
My dynasty
I
reigns
have movement
supreme.
left.
Good. Submit to your king.
Seems I'm stuck for some reason.
This is
Whatever.
forbidden.
I'll do it the next turn.
Priest king of greatest dynasty. I rule everything. Undead king.
Honestly, if I punch the dwarfs in the throat now, I could force him along several choke points. So he would have a very hard time getting into my empire.
Once. For mighty Petra.
Oh, I should see.
King of May.
I'm gonna march up to Carragate Peaks. That's what I'm gonna do. Because if I take Carragate Peaks, I can get that. I can get that book. And I do love having extra books. Considering the unholy amount of fucking money I just spent on Games Workshop books. Which, no, I don't want to talk about it. Because it hurts my feelings to think about. Am I stuck on a hero? Yeah, that could be it. It looked like the heroes spawned after I killed the army. But it's all right. We'll deal with it in a minute. More halberds. Okay. And Zinch is on the warpath now. Was I able to get a special edition of Lords of the Lance? Yes, I was. Thankfully. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was like, don't you attack me. Don't you do it, rat! What all books did I get? I got Lords of the Lance Special Edition, or Limited Edition. I got the Arcane Tones for Bretonia and the Tomb Kings. I got the Forces of Fantasy book, the Ravening Hordes book, and I think that was it, because I did not get the core rulebook yet. We haven't fought Beastmen in a while. I want to run over some Beastmen. Because I'm going to pick up, because the core rulebook actually went out of stock while I was buying stuff, which is crazy. Like, the core rulebook sold out so fucking fast. But on January 20th, I'm going to go to my local GW, like, before they open, so I can be outside before they open. That way, when they do open, I can pop in there and grab the core rulebook, because I know they'll have it in stock.
I agree. The cult agrees.
feel like I should get rid of the archers and replace them with something else at this point, but all in due time.
Break them! Prince who promised! Come on that sleeves! Invocation! Yes! My orders! Asaf's magic! Incantation of power! Mecharanor! Settra the imperishable! Settra moves!
I don't know. Did I get any of the box sets? No. Because okay, so to put in mind my financial situation, the week I did not realize the old world was going to release when it did. I thought we were going to have like another week or two. So literally like right before Christmas, I went out and bought all of the Age of Sigmar battle tomes I was missing. So I spent like $300+ on Age of Sigmar battle tomes, and then I had to like, you know, pay, you know, buy everybody Christmas presents, and I had to do all this other shit. And then I was like, okay, so I'll have like the first half of January to like recover financially from everything that just happened. And then they come out and they're like, oh, look, we're releasing all the books. And it's like, oh God. So it's like, oh, okay, so how bad is this gonna be? And then it's like, I had to spend like another $300-400 on fucking books. It's just like, Jesus Christ. Mercy, please. So no, I did not buy any box sets because I could not afford any box sets. Cause shit's expensive. Could a vampire drink the blood of Hashit? Probably not without dying a very, very relatively swift and agonizing death. No.
My dynasty reigns supreme.
You don't have any fancy heralds. I should probably get you a fancy herald. You know what? We can get rid of this. Trickster shard. Who needs food anyway? Yeah, right. Oh no, I'm still stuck. Yeah, I think I'm stuck on this hero. I guess I could hire a hero to come get me.
You ruffle feathers. Doom Prince of the Hekara. We move when I am ready.
Transfer his units to a different lord? Well, I don't have any other lords nearby. Oh, I would like to get that at some point, but not right now.
Mortal fool! This is forbidden! Entomb them! Ambush
We'll just do ambush stance for the moment.
Priest King!
And hold the line until I can get that prince down there. It's not a big deal.
Attend your king, slave! Great art refreshes all!
So King Wakaf is still waiting for a prince.
Settra the imperishable. Nehekara rises from the sands.
Woundmaker.
My dynasty reigns supreme. My will. Onward, soldiers!
Oh. Oh dear.
I keep my own counsel.
I think I'm about to get what the kids call bangaranged.
Foolish, stupid.
Oh, that's a lot of rats. With a lot of shooting. I'm gonna do this so I at least get Sand Veil to help protect me a little bit.
Drag their souls to Uteran.
Oh, this is gonna be really bad.
Find my harem. Unliving, march.
Nothing worse than when you walk into the fog of war and you're just like, oh. So it turns out this was a huge mistake. Oh no, Queek has come back to life. Shoot. Kairos, I do not have time for your bullshit right now. Salem Marie, that's awesome. I'm glad you understand why it's important.
Nehekara will be mine.
No, stay away from me! Should I run? I guess I should run.
Return.
Okay, so ooh, okay, that let him get the ambush, but it also let me force him into march stance. The good news is the vast majority of my army is melee. Like, the only shooting things I have are the Shopti and the Bone Giant. Or I guess in the casket. Alright! If we can win this fight, we should be able to punch all the way through to Carricate Peaks. Okay. Melee! Run to the back! Run to the back! Shut down their shooting!
Stop! Power of the gods! Destroy! Sophnakta! For both!
Oh my god, this is a fucking nightmare. They're everywhere.
Reported! Agree!
Oh, they're fucking all over the place. I should have taken the first fight because at least it wasn't an ambush. Oh, just run! Ah, damn. Lost the bone giant.
Bow to me. Doom Prince,
Oh, Tomb Prince, come to me, come to me, come to me.
realm of souls.
Just outrun him, just outrun him.
Definitely loyal.
Okay, he's stabilized. Kill him.
Obey. Move. Incantation of power. Obey and move. Traverse, slaves.
Oh, Prince, look out.
My will.
Oh my, I hate these fucking Skaven summons. Fury of 1,000 fucking suns. Come here.
Settra agrees.
Okay, y'all need to get out of there. Okay, snakes, pull back. Shabti, I want y'all to head for the back lines. Pull back, pull back.
Doom Prince.
Alright, that asshole's dead.
Doom King.
I want you lot to pull back here. Shabti, gun line! Form the gun line!
Come now.
Okay, we got another hell pit over there.
Curse them. Behold your death. The cult agrees.
Hold the line, damn it!
Oversat.
Okay, yeah, good job, good job, good job. Let's get this hell pit abomination dealt with.
My charge.
You got on my fucking skellies.
Lich beast.
That Tomb King is hard carrying so hard right now. Okay, you come this way. Oh shit, did they pop my snakes? Looks like they did. Okay, he's dead. Back up. Shoot there. Back up.
Just
Run him off. I need you over here.
slaves. Tomb King!
Hold the line!
Usha!
Some healing.
King orders death!
Okay, health hit's gone.
Speed up!
Chase him off. This lasts for quite a while. So we're gonna make these guys invisible and sneak them down here. Alright, hold your fire, hold your fire.
The king orders death! Tomb King! Lord of the Hekara!
Oh, he's got Giselles. Ratlings. Okay, I need to wait for his infantry to separate from the rest of his army. Shoot the assassin!
Tarian Lord! Dagger agrees! Solwind!
Bring it down! Bring it down!
They vex me!
Okay, go, 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 go!
Lich Beast!
Take the flank! Mow down those Ratling guns!
Arise!
Tomb King, you're up!
Yes! Traverse slave! The artist!
I should have used this way earlier.
Lich Beast! Invocation! Black Prince! Hekaran Tomb Prince! Oversight!
Run, damn it!
Networked!
Victory! Oh my gosh.
Hekara!
That was so many rats.
Destroy
These armies are actually kind of like nasty composed. Alright, let's mop them up.
Tomb Prince! Master Sculptor! Networked!
Ugh. They certainly made us pay for it.
A living king! My will be done! Rise, my statues! Son of Khemri! Next in line!
Yeah, go catch up with him. Ugh.
Mortuary cult! Incantation of power!
That was a fun fight, though.
We march! Agreed! Awake the Necrosphinx! God undead slave!
I'm just trying to kill as many weapon teams as I can before the end of the fight.
Sepulchral Majesty!
So we lost all of our serpents, our bone giant, and half our Shopti, which honestly, in the grand scheme of things, not as bad as it could have been. Unfortunately, this means we're going to have to fall back. I don't think we're going to be able to take Carrigate Peaks with what we have left.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. 1. Where's my name redeemed? 2. When you showing the Warhammer rap battle?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know yet. I need to touch base with Andy and see when he would want to do that. And also, I really only am going to be doing redeems for like Twitch specific streams, just because I don't want to. It's kind of a pain in the ass to try and keep up with them, because I have to like open a bunch of other bonus tabs for the double streams, which is kind of a lot of extra stuff. But I will definitely speak with Andy here quick, as soon as he's like feeling up to it, about when he would like to do that, because I'd like him to be able to be like around for it, which obviously he's too ill to do that right now. But I'll make sure before I end the stream to send you your points back for the redeem stuff. Okay, we will pop both of these nerds before we ding-dong ditch these rats. So I guess we'll fall back to Morkheim, and it'd probably be better to fall back to the Dragonhorn Mines. Well, considering how spicy that was, it could have gone a lot worse than it did. So that's nice. I'm actually really glad our Necrotech survived. Alright, we'll actually fight this fight in a minute. That'll be a interesting contest. Let's get the Herald of the Scorpion for King Wakaf. And Wakaf, I think we're gonna send... I think I'll send them out this way. Oh good, that hero moved. Alright, so now my goal is probably going to be to try and sneak up on Kairos.
King moves. I am my father's son. I shall whisper the curse.
Dang it. Feel like shit's about to hit the fan. We're just gonna abandon the Misty Mountains. I have no reason to stay there. Because Karak Orud, yeah, is like a proper city. Yeah.
You cannot deceive the deceiver.
Watch me, bitch.
Of greatest instinct.
Oh, you're coming outside? You're gonna regret that. Oh, I could just auto-resolve and not lose any casualties. Yeah, it's fine.
The house of King.
Oh shit, he saw me! But he's in march stance.
We retreat.
So I'm gonna make him chase me. Oh, he couldn't make it far enough. Oh, Kairos, honey. Tell me something good, chat. Anybody up to anything in particular this week? Anyone got anything special going on? What kind of mounts would I give to Lich Priest in a potential Lord version if given the option? I mean, those Necrolith Bone Dragons would be pretty fucking cool. I would not mind those at all. But I would also be totally fine with, like, I think a Carrion mount could be pretty cool. So like a large Carrion. Like, there's some artwork that shows, there is some artwork that shows the Lich Priest riding on like really large Carrion. So like a Carrion mount could be cool. That's kind of like a monstrous cavalry type mount and lets them fly. But then also giving them access to, I mean, if we got the Bone Dragon, I would be the happiest girl at the ball. But I would be a little shocked if we did get it. I feel like Games Workshop is gonna be like, no, you can't do that. As much as that would suck to hear, but I feel like that's what they're gonna say. But as far as the yeah, so horse
X100. When I read Ankari's lore, I was almost surprised he's not a corn demon with how bloodlusted he seems to be towards elves. He seems very much I am a monster who just wants to kill people in a lot of his stories. Am I missing something?
So I wouldn't say you're necessarily missing something as much as it's just that there's a deeper depth to it. A lot of people, I think, tend to misunderstand Slaanesh as like, oh, well, Khorne's the super hardcore bloodthirsty one, right? Not Slaanesh. So, you know, we shouldn't be, you know, it shouldn't be Khorne, or it's, you know, Slaanesh shouldn't be running around being all angry and stuff. But you have to remember that Slaanesh is the concept of excess, or excess. So it's everything taken to such an extreme that it becomes all-consuming to the point of, you know, self-destruction. So Nakari is a genuinely very good exploration. Why? Due to a recent event. Oh, he used mutagenic energies on me? That dick.
We go.
So like, I guess we'll declare war on the dwarves now. I will join your war against the Dawi. Pay me money.
Destroy them.
Boop.
Arise, my legions. Rise.
Okay, so we do know that
My will be done.
our little dwarf buddy is outside the hold, so I do need to keep that in mind. That he's like out here. Yeah, so is Nakari a very bloodthirsty monster? And yeah, kind of in a lot of ways. Nakari has a deep obsession with the line of Anarian in particular, because Anarian is the one that kicked the crap out of him thousands of years ago, and he's still not over it. But then on top of that, he's also dealing with the issue that every time when Nakari was defeated by Anarian and he nearly died, like perma-died, which for demons is supposed to be borderline impossible, but Anarian nearly perma-killed him, and Nakari was so incensed over that, so enraged, that he became completely and utterly dedicated to trying to snuff out the line of Anarian, which in and of itself has proven to be, I think, considerably more difficult than Nakari anticipated or would have liked, because every time Nakari has tried to wipe out the line of Anarian, the first time he did it, he had like a little burst of success. Like, he managed to pretty much wipe out everyone down to like the single digits, which is pretty impressive. But those last couple of hold honors, have been particularly problematic for old Nakari. Being, you know, Tyrion, Teclis, and I was sitting here like, man, chat's like not really talking at all tonight, and then I realized my chat wasn't moving, and I've missed like literal, probably like 10 to 20 minutes worth of chat. My bad. But yeah, Nakari is just brutally obsessed with getting his revenge, to the extent that he comes off like a bloodthirsty monster. But it's not for the sake of violence itself. There is a goal he's trying to accomplish, which is getting his revenge. What would be the next topic for Lorebeards? I have no idea. Me and Andy don't really have as much of a plan, I think, as a lot of people tend to think we do when it comes to Lorebeards. Generally, the way it goes down is that we'll kind of like be hanging out before, or like right after a stream, and it'll be like, oh, hey, we should probably decide what we're gonna stream for the next stream. And it's like, yep. And it's like, any ideas?
Inquisitor
Nope. And we have to like sit there and
X100.
bat it back and forth to figure it out.
Why doesn't he just hire clinician? Damn fool. Noob. Nagash level imbecile.
Just hire the rats, bro. Though, to be fair, I do feel it's very accurate for Nakari to be a hilariously over-obsessed, kind of to the point that he's hurting himself, intentionally or not, of he wants to do it himself. Like, it's not enough for Nakari that the heirs of Anarion die. That's not good enough. They need to die by his hand, and he wants them to know that he's the one responsible for their death. Like, they can't just die. They have to suffer. They have to know that he's here to wipe out their line specifically. If they just die because, you know, some random bozo kills one of them, or like some freak accident happens, well, that's no fun. That's not the point. They have to know it was me, is very much him. He's a little obsessed. Is that worth 4 turns? If I write Sal...
Jake Kriziak shared. X100. Extremely off topic, and I'm procrastinating reading it, and so does Warhammer have a story or an epic similar to something like the Iliad that isn't a stupid joke like Curious Gaze are?
Jake Kriziak, that is actually something I was thinking about not that long, fairly recently, because there's a musical being worked on called Epic that's about the Iliad, and it's really, really fucking good. And I was listening to it, and I was like, huh, when I think about this, it's a little weird that there's not like a Warhammer version of this. And there's just not. Like there is no Iliad in the Warhammerverse, which is kind of shocking, to be honest. Like, you would figure that, like, surely there has to be, but no. Where do I need to hide? Okay. There is very few, like, Roman-esque or Roman or Greek type myths or themes that make it into Warhammer Fantasy. They tend to be very, very light on those, which is really funny when you think about it, because, like, the vast majority of nerds that get into, like, battle games or historical nonsense usually start with the Roman Empire. Like, the Roman Empire is typically that, like, first hit of crack that most people get, where they're like, oh, I would like to learn a little bit about this history, and they don't realize how steep that ledge is before they, like, fall into it. So, but yeah, no, surprisingly, to my knowledge, there is nothing that would be the equivalent of the Iliad. That being said, if something were to be made in that image, The real question would be, would it be from a Chilean perspective? Ugh, Kairos. Or would it be from a Elven perspective? Because the High Elves are actually kind of the more Greek faction.
Talia gets massively overshadowed in Warhammer. I'd love a Tylian army with hoplites and legionaries but given a late medieval look. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, I think most people who really like the Rome aesthetic would really like, if they ever expand on it for Talea, would be the city of Remus. The city of Remus has like held on to a lot of that Roman aesthetics to the point where they have like legionnaire looking troops, and like in the lore it's acknowledged that they're wearing kind of more like ceremonial ancestral armor, but just because it's like ceremonial does not mean it's not extremely effective. And like they are terrifying. There is of course a Regiment of Renown version of them, but there's like an entire army dedicated to fighting in that particular style, which is interesting. Kairos. Okay, I'm gonna run away this way. Does he have war machines, or did he just like start really far away for some weird reason? Huh. Chariots!
I am reborn.
Look out! Is that dumb bitch gonna land? Oh, there is so much magic happening. Tomb prints to me. Kitties to me. Chariots, shoot that asshole.
Jake Kriziak cheered. X100. So they name a city after one of the brothers in the Rome founding myth and don't elaborate on how or why it's named that? Games Workshop, we are going to have issues.
Oh no, if you want to hear something really whack, here, hold on. Let me get through this battle and I'll read you a really whack story. Oh, here they come. Into them! Oh, there's so much garbage. Forward!
My orders enacted.
Oh god, he's got chosen? Of course he does. I really don't appreciate all these exalted pink horrors. Fighting me in the jungle. I may rematch this because I think I goofed. I think if I had been patient, taken my time, and let them just come all the way to me, I think I would have been fine. I think my engagement ended up being a bit of an issue. I mean, my infantry are holding out okay. At least for the moment. I don't even know what's going on inside the trees. Bro, you've got to get on Kairos. Come on, man. Chariots, we got work to do. Tomb Guard to the front! Alright, well, the Tomb King is actually doing a really good job holding off Kairos. I mean, granted, that's not necessarily super hard to do, but... Oh, no, focus the hero, focus the hero. I guess we are winning. I'll bet barely. What is happening to me? Oh, Plague of Rust. Okay. Let's get rid of these Chosen. Okay, once the kitties got among the demons, that settled things. I gotta say, the mass chariot army is doing a lot better against Tzeentch than I thought it would. I was a little worried this army was gonna be a little too gimmicky, but no, it's getting shit done. All right, he's going down. We definitely lost a lot of chariots, but that was because I did a really stupid charge into the jungle. Our king's just gonna keep smacking him. All right, excellent work. Now I'm just gonna spam magic to max out our heals. Should probably end the fight before my guys crumble any further. Tehennawin versus Malagor? Ooh. It would depend on where they fought. If they fought in, like, Lustrian jungles, then Tehennawin would definitely win. If they fought in, like, regular forests of the old world, I think Malagor would definitely win. Because both of them are very, very good at utilizing the terrain they spend the most time in. But if you were to put them in the other one's terrain, that would cause enough of a big change that the advantage would shift, would be my answer to that. Because they're both very even in the sense that both of them are incredibly powerful sorcerers. They're both, like, extremely good at utilizing certain forms of terrain. They both...
What happened in my long absence that I must now parley with lizards?
Why I gotta deal with lizards? Settra, you can't say that. Oh, story time. Yeah. So y'all want to hear about a really funky city, right? Here, y'all have been good today. I should probably be like, if we get 5 gift subs, I'll read stories. I probably need to be better about doing that for my own paychecks. But I'll be nice and give you a freebie about a particular city. You know, I can't be bothered. We'll do at least one fight against the dwarves, but my mind is elsewhere right now. Let me find the right.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Thank you, Anonymous, for making me feel like an asshole. Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh God, now I have to listen to Throt just scream at me. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Alright. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got two stories for you, technically. Two stories for you. So, I'm gonna start... Thank you, Anonymous. I really appreciate it for the 5 gift subs. So, I'm gonna start with the city that you think is gonna... You're gonna be like, oh, well, that's obviously the Rome city because it's called Remus. So, you think Remus is the Rome city, right? And it kind of is, but then wait until I get to another city and you're gonna go, wait, what? So here we go. The rebellious Republic of Remus. Shut the fuck up, Throt. I'm trying to tell a story. JT Bosshog, thanks so much for the Prime sub. So, says the following. Remus is a great and old city located on the coast. The huge circular harbor of Remus was built, it is said, by the High Elves for their trading ships. Now, even though it is ruined and colossal chunks of masonry lie half submerged in the sea, it still shelters the large and powerful fleet of Remus. The narrow entrance to the harbor is spanned by a mighty bridge resting on a great stone piers. This bridge not only carries the road linking the two sides of the city, but bears the weight of many fine houses and palaces of the merchant princes on both sides of the street. These rise up in 3, 4, and 5 stories with overhanging balconies. There are towers, 2 at either end and in the middle of the bridge, and being Talea, some of these are leaning at gravity-defying angles, supported by numerous colossal buttresses. The rest of Remus is laid out on a grand scale within a long circuit of defenses. The city is very populous and famous for its strong mercenary army, most of which fight as pikemen. These are supplied by the retinues of the many merchant houses. The city-state of Remus has been a relatively stable republic for several centuries thanks to these troops, who have resisted tyrants and would-be conquerors on innumerable occasions. Remus became a republic during the long period of famines which beset the whole of Talea. These famines were caused by plagues of rats and mice which ate the corn in the fields and the grain in the storehouses. The situation became so bad that grain had to be imported from wherever there was a surplus. But thanks to Talaean mercantile expertise and Talaean seafarers, deals were done and grain was shipped in from places such as Bretonia and the Empire. Some merchant princes were tempted to hoard up the grain to sell at a high price. Needless to say, there were popular revolts and these princes were overthrown, which is what happened in Remus and Varese. The worst event to befall Remus was the Dark Elf raid in 1487 of the Imperial calendar. The fleet of galleys that would usually defend the approaches to the harbor were all at sea, and the Dark Elves took advantage of an unseasonal mist to reach the harbor entrance. However, their ships were stopped at the terrible Battle of the Bridge, in which a large part of the bridge was sacked and burnt by the Dark Elves, who also took away many people as slaves. Remus's mercenary garrison was able to hold either end of the bridge until the enemy, satiated with destruction, decided to leave. This attack angered all of Talea, and the bridge was eventually restored to its former glory. The citizens cherish a deep dislike of the Nagarathi to this day, and are very happy to provide mercenaries, artillery, and war galleys at a discount price to anyone who happens to be at war with them. Because of its central position, Remus is often in a state of hostilities with its great trading rivals in Maragliano, Varese, and Lucini. There have been many sea battles between the fleets of Remus and Lucini, and also against the pirates of Sartosa. Tabaro, on the other hand, is often the ally of Remus. and mercenaries from Remus have helped the princes of Tabaro hold on to their city in several sieges and across numerous plots. It is worth examining how the Republic of Remus is governed, since it is one of the least corrupt and longest-lived republics. Each of the powerful merchant families is represented on a council of 50. This assembly debates every issue and makes decisions and laws. 3 members of the council are chosen randomly each year to preside over it as a triumvirate. The policy of the Republic for the year becomes whatever the special interests of the triumvirs or their families may be. So if one of the triumvirs happens to be most concerned with merchant ventures...
Another wretched foul is...
Delacol, thank you for the 26 months.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
26 months? That's just over a quarter year.
Yeah, boy. Appreciate it. So if one of the triumvirs happens to be most concerned with the merchant ventures, the Republic will probably finance a trading venture in that year. If one of the triumvirs is a patron of the arts, the Republic can expect to gain a new public edifice decorated by the finest artists of Talea. If one or more of the triumvirs happens to be a noteworthy mercenary general, then the neighboring states will become rather alarmed and start renovating their defenses.
X100. Least corrupt? Rome? This definitely is a fantasy.
Hold on. Unfortunately, one weakness of the system of government in Remus is that the triumvirs sometimes fall out with each other. This results in occasional civil war in which 2 triumvirs set upon the other with their mercenary forces. Sudden changing of sides and realignment between the contending triumvirs is not unknown, even leading to confusion in the ranks at the middle of a battle. Usually the cause of the trouble is when one of the triumvirs tries to make himself sole prince and his colleagues resist his attempted coup in the interests of the Republic. Often such an attempt to take over the state can be preempted by assassination or a brisk series of street battles, leading to the prescription and exile of the would-be tyrant's supporters. So you may listen to all that and go, oh, well, that doesn't sound very Rome. That doesn't sound very Rome at all, even though it's called Remus, which kind of seems like it's Rome. But there's another city, one that you may be more interested in. Oh, thank you. So, the ancient Principality of Lucini. The city of Lucini stands beside the Talaean Sea at the southern tip of Talea, opposite the island of Sartosa. Lucini is almost continuously at war with the pirates of Sartosa and has a very strong fleet of galleys. Lucini is in fact one of the strongest military powers in Talea, and many mercenary generals of repute have earned their trade there. The city is very old and clustered around a high rock called the Acropolis. Like the Acropolis in Tabaro, this was the center of an ancient elven colony. There is a legend that Lucini was founded by the twins Lucan and Lucina, who were king and queen of a pastoral tribe who settled around the ruin-strewn Acropolis. On its summit, they built their palace. The city was named after Lucina, who is regarded as a sort of patron goddess. Lucan is also venerated as a deity, and there is a fine temple to the divine twins on the Acropolis. The princes of Lucini usually claim descent from these 2 legendary figures, which means that there are 2 rival factions, those claiming descent from Lucan and those claiming Lucina as their ancestor. Not surprisingly, the principality has changed hands between these dynasties more times than anyone can remember, and not without blood being spilt as abundantly as wine in the notorious revels for which the city is famous. The princes of Lucini are noted for their often bizarre sense of humor, a family trait said to go back to their ancestors. If anyone claims to be a prince who seems rather dour or miserable, he is soon assassinated or banished into exile by a more jovial contender. Indeed, an aspiring prince often strengthens his claim before the citizens by assassinating or overthrowing his opponents in a particularly humorous manner. So it is said that the Prince of Lucini is the most dangerous when he is laughing. There you go. Okay, we got... Oh my god, we got undercities everywhere. I will not tolerate this rat problem.
Attend your king, slaves. Address me as your highness.
We got Mount Arachnos, finally, which means we have exotic beasts.
Settra watches.
Yes, good.
My
So hopefully that was interesting to y'all. Talea is genuinely a fascinating country. I really hope that the old world does well enough that Games Workshop like really invests in trying to fully explore it. So hopefully that they will lean back into, like, you know, not only bringing back the legacy races that we all want, but also going so far as to explore races from the old world that have been gone. Yeah, we got the 7th book! Nice. So we get 10 extra canopic jars per turn, and we also get faster research rate, which is neat. All right, the mountains are under my control, and now I'm going to start conquering the rest of the Southlands. I'm probably going to try and keep the Skaven just at arm's reach for as long as I can, as opposed to, like, genuinely fighting them, but I suppose we'll see what happens.
Priest King.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten another Tomb Prince yet.
Attend. Obey me.
So I guess in the meantime, just, I guess I could hire another Spokal Stalker unit.
My dynasty reigns supreme. Legions rise.
We're gonna be fighting Skaven, so.
Submit to your king.
Good job defeating Kairos. That was very nice. You're a little beat up, but, you know, good job. Good job. Problem is I can't heal because Zinch hit me with fucking mutation bullshit. Alright, so let's finish off this nerd. And then we're gonna fall back.
We never tire.
Until this is all gone and I can heal up.
Strategy. I keep my own counsel.
Oh, nice! We can get the Crook and Flail of Radiance. Hell yeah. Spicy magic weapon. Who is my favorite secondary king? Probably Lamajosh. I mean, he's doing really well for himself. So here you go. You can have the Crook and Flail. And I can put the Giant's Blade on King Wakaf. Which means I can put the Sword of Strive on... Sure. Why not?
Nehekara rises from the sands.
I bought the... we want King Wakaf to have the... Where is it? Yeah, the Herald of the Scorpion. We want him to have that. Because he's actually running Tomb Scorpions.
Submit to your king. My dynasty reigns supreme.
Here you go.
I obey.
Alright, we're gonna scout out all these ruins so I can actually see where all the problem children are. The old world book has multiple pages dedicated to Talea and Nestalia. Oh, that's good. Well, it also has multiple pages dedicated to Kislev and Grand Cathay, which seems to kind of be indicating what they might do in the future. But I would be very pleased if we got playable goodies for the Southern Realms. That would make me very happy.
Legion's march.
Yeah, I don't have enough money to do that yet. Oh, great. More Undercities. My favorite. Heard even the Vampire Coast got a mention? Really? That would be kind of surprising, considering that we're, like, nowhere fucking near that part of the world. Random. If we got the Giants of Albion, how would I suggest they would stand out from other Giants, if they would even? If you do the Giants of Albion, there are two ways you could do it to try and make them stand out that are supporting the lore. The first is that the Giants of Albion, seem... Oh! Non-aggression with Queek Headtaker? And trade? Count me the fuck in. Yeah, if I don't have to fight Queek, I won't. At least not until I've dealt with another threat. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, I feel like he might go apeshit here in a minute, but either way, I'll, like, take what money I can get from him. But the main thrust of Albion Giants is there are two, like kind of primary thoughts, so to speak. The first is that often the Albion Giants are depicted as having two heads. So they have, it's a two-headed giant with each head having kind of like a distinct, that, you know, makes them particularly difficult to deal with because, you know, they're like extra powerful and spooky and yada, yada, yada. The other is that actually, no, three things I would say. So the first thing is that their giants, it is not crazy unusual for them to have two heads, which is a cool, unique feature. The second one I would say is that it is not unusual for the Giants of Albion to have to be particularly skilled at throwing boulders, because that's something they're well known for doing. Is that in order to protect Albion from would-be invaders, they quite literally like pick up, you know, giant stones and hurl them at individuals that are trying to get to the island, and, like, you know, smash their ships and all this other stuff. So you could have giants that have shooting weapons because they pick up rocks and throw them, kind of similar to like a Cygor. And then of course, your final thing would be that the Giants of Albion are said to be where there is a pretty sizable amount of Bone Grinder Giants, which Bone Grinder Giants are exceptionally larger than regular giants. And the places where they're said to really be around are in Albion and in the mountains of Morn, or the ancient Giant Lands. So like the ancient Giant Lands and the island of Albion are known for kind of being the main, like, places for Bone Grinder Giants, which are fucking huge. Like, they make regular giants look like toddlers. They also have two pages that dedicate Norska, saying they might be their own independent faction. That wouldn't surprise me. It really seems like, I would say it is, oh, good lord. Well, I was hoping to kill Thoric with an army, but it looks like I'm gonna have to hold him out of Kasaban.
Consummate X300. What are the Sky Titan and what happened to them?
So the Sky Titans are an ancient race, that, according to some relatively recent new lore, predate the coming of the old ones. So they're like one of the original races. And the Sky Titans, were a race of giants who predominantly lived in the mountains. And they had kind of an empire, or a kingdom, you could say, that mostly took up what we now know as the ancient Giant Lands and some of the mountains of Morn. As for what they were, the Sky Titans were unspeakably huge monstrosities, but they were very, very intelligent. They were inventors. They built what were known as the Sky Castles, because Sky Titans, Sky Castles, which were these absolutely fucking enormous constructions, these massive keeps that were sat at the very tippy top of some of the largest mountains in the world, where they kept to themselves. They were known for being especially isolationist. They did not care for company, not even of their own kind. They lived by themselves, and they kind of just wanted to be left alone. But they were incredibly skilled artificers, and they also seemed to have a knack for utilizing magic, though it doesn't seem clear if they were wizards or if they just knew how to make items that were imbued with magic, kind of like how dwarfs do. But regardless, they created a lot of really, really powerful things, like the iron blasters from the Ogre Kingdom's armies. Those were guns designed by the Sky Titans that they used for defense. So their castles had all those iron blasters. Each one of those was an individual cannon that was slotted along parts of the walls that would fire down on armies or creatures that were trying to attack the Sky Titans. They kept entire herds of like mammoths or rhinoxen and other large beasts, herd beasts that they would take care of, they would protect, and they would also use, for to source like their fur for various materials, or occasionally kill and eat some of them as needed. But as far as what happened to them, they were basically exterminated by the ogres. So when the Great Maw happened, which is this big warpstone meteor got pulled out of the sky by the Celestial Dragon, the efforts of the Celestial Dragon Emperor and his Celestial Court, or I should say his Celestial Court, that big old giant warpstone meteor slams into the Ogre Kingdom's homeland and basically obliterates the vast majority of it, making it pretty much impossible for anyone to live there. So the ogres were forced out of their homeland. And when the ogres were forced out of their homeland, the only direction they could go in, because of the way the meteor had landed and the way the terrain was kind of set up, was that they had to go west. So they just started wandering off west. And eventually, as they were kind of stumbling off into these gigantic blizzards and stuff, they started encountering the mammoth herds, or the various animal herds of the Sky Titans. And of course, being ogres, who had also been kind of wandering and starving as it was, they were like, oh, meat! And they started killing and eating a lot of these creatures, which deeply upset the Sky Titans, to the extent that the Sky Titans actually went to war with the Ogre Kingdoms, or with the ogres that were invading their lands, to try and keep them out. But the problem was that the Sky Titans were just too grossly outnumbered. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands of ogres for each individual Sky Titan. Even though the ogres had been reduced significantly, something like a third or more of the ogres had been wiped out by the comet, it's still there was really nothing they could do against just the sheer amount of ogres that came stomping into their lands, and they were doomed pretty quickly, which is extremely tragic, considering how intelligent they were. And they don't seem to have been especially warmongering either. They seem like they were relatively peaceful creatures. So it's kind of one of the greater tragedies of the Warhammer Fantasy world. Sotek, please say, hi Joanna, Gary's girlfriend. Hope y'all are having a great evening. You know what? I lied. Focus the Iron Breakers. Focus those slayers. Chariots! Out you go. God, those hurt. Okay, presumably he is going to come up on the walls. So let's go ahead and have the archer start falling back. Well, so's your mom. All right. Let's get rid of those gyrocopters. Ooh, let's not rush off here. Just like that. Beautiful. To me, chariots, to me! Kill those crossbows.
Next in line.
I'm gonna start falling back.
Animus.
Ow! Fall back! Chariots, I got a job for you. Fight these slayers, please. Well, those quarrelers did not give a flying fart about my first round of chariots. These damn dwarf heroes that are the problem. Ow. Oh god, those spoilers hurt so much. Oh god, they're overshooting now. No! Probably should have my Tomb King fight on these walls. I might have been able to hold out a little longer.
Undying Prince.
Alright, well, we secured that at least. Why don't y'all move your bony butts up here? I don't know if y'all can... No, don't give up! God damn it. Way too long. Do Chaos Dwarfs have any emotion? Yeah, they have plenty of emotion. I mean, they're mostly just angry little bastards, but they definitely have emotion. I feel like I could have fought that better, but I'm also like kind of at the point where I don't super care. Yeah, it's fine. Because like, I don't know, I feel like if I rematch that, I could dedicate everything onto one flank. Okay, I'm gonna give that one more shot, but I think this time we're gonna go all in on trying to pop Thoric's little squad and see if we can crack that side of the keep. Do beastmen have emotions? Yeah, of course. What's an interesting Wood Elf fact you could share for your girlfriend so that she can get into the lore? Oh man, that's very broad. But I can recommend some books like the Rhine trilogy, or man, what's probably a good Wood Elf fact that's very interesting is that the Wood Elves have become so bound to the forest in which they protect the the sacred forest that they're supposed to guard, that it's reached a point where the forest itself can functionally keep track of how many Wood Elves there are, and if there is something going on, like an attack or something where they're an attack happens against the Wood Elves, right, and a bunch of the Wood Elves are killed, the very nature of Athel Loren will cause it to basically, shall we say, stimulate what needs to happen in order for the amount of elves that are killed, that many elves will functionally be born very soon afterwards, because Athel Loren basically has them in which is the forest, has them in kind of a Fey pact, so to speak, so that there will always be at least a certain number of elven defenders, which is super fucking creepy if you think about it, but also very interesting. We can put these here to kind of slow down the dwarfs as they're approaching. Make sure our Tomb Prince is actually on the walls this time. Make sure I micro my chariot a lot better this time. Two, one, perfect. Oh, baby, that was good. I don't appreciate these gyrocopters just bobbing and weaving like fucking madmen. They're making me waste a lot of ammo. Alright, we're gonna take off the regular archers and just let the chariots deal with it. Hello. Okay, I'll come get her. All right, good night. Deal with that in a second. Hold the line! Get off the wall. What are you doing? Alright, we're just gonna have them start shooting Thoric. Alright, those dwarfs are still making relatively little progress towards us, which is good. Don't you let him catch you. Okay. So let's see if I can get off a good shot with the arrows. Oh, this will work. How much health does this have? It's a bit more. Come on, everybody pile in. No? They're gonna go up to there. Yeah. It's just 100% armor piercing damage, so I don't really. Yeah, fuck it.
The guilds want them dead.
Nice. Alright. You go help with the Ironbreakers. You get off the walls. Archers on the walls. How? How did Thorin catch my chariots? God damn it. It's bullshit. Oh, he took the towers from me. That's how. Son of a bitch. Tomb Guard, do not engage. This is the job for the Nehekara warriors. Put that anti-infantry to work. Halberds, why don't y'all go help them? Let's get a big boy tower here.
Peasant! Peasant!
Okay, good job. Good job. Now we just gotta kill Thorax somehow. You get out of here. Halberds! Everyone else stay far, far, far fucking away from him. Yeah, all of you guys head back to the center. Oh my god, that rune hurt. He's like, damage? What's that? I've never heard of such a silly term. This bitch is throwing lightning! All of you, go! Bro, well, I think we've maybe done like 300 damage to him. And of course, I'm gonna have to kill the Ironbreakers to a fucking man.
Son of Henry.
Are we out of arrows? Oh, jeez. Kill him. Archers, go hide on the walls so you don't die and give me army losses. Oh, good God. Stop him. Fucking Ironbreakers. Go make yourselves useful. Actually, I lied. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Run away! Lead them on a merry chase until my infantry can get there. Hopefully they'll chase them and not. Okay, come back. Go after those quarrelers. Okay, they're pretty much here. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, I don't actually have to hold this. Let's put this in the way to slow down Thoric. Ah, shit. Alright, that looks as good of a place to summon new shop to use anywhere. Guys, I told you to charge. What are you doing? Those dwarfs be thick! Okay, we beat the Iron Breakers. Alright, all you get your asses up here. Come on, get in position, you piece of shit. Fire! Yeah, that thing's not gonna matter. Come on. Okay, it looks like the Slayers are dead. I love these rank 9 Coilers that are just like immune to death.
Undying Prince. Black Prince. Doom Prince.
Well, this is it. I hate that my Tomb Prince is getting bodied by a runesmith, but at the same time, it is one of Thoric's runesmiths. Alright, fire off everything we got left. Don't think there's going to be anything we can do here at the end. It's like Thoric's finally fucking here. Oh god, everything hurts! Just hold the stupid post! Oh, they still have arrows. God damn it. There's army losses. Alright. We did mess them up pretty good though. Like we did a pretty good amount of damage. We killed a ton of dwarfs. We got Thorek down to about half health. Pretty sure Thorek's unbreakable at this point. Oh, maybe he's not. That was about as good as we could. No, I already used my Ushapti. I only had them once. There's a weird. It's not really a bug because it doesn't really change. It doesn't really matter. But the meter only fills up once to give you Ushapti once. But right now there's like a thing where it can fill up multiple times, but it only gives you the reward the first time you go through it. Yeah, okay. He lost 80% of his troops to a garrison. I'll take that. I'll take that.
You come before greatness.
You're still alive? This is genuinely shocking to me. Sure, I'm cool with an elf defensive alliance. I'll even give you back your forest once I can get my hands on it. The amount of Skaven undercities I am finding in my territory is distressing. Because it costs money to get rid of them. This is Carrion Scorpions. Those are the only two I've left? Yes, third and fifth. So let's do fifth. Alright, well, I'm just gonna punch my way through all the dwarf lands.
Settra does not serve.
Oh, that one. The Mount Arachnos one was expansive.
King of greatest dynasty.
Go kill him.
Make way. Submit to your king. Where is this?
Where's the nearest place I can go that has chariots? Oh, Calabad. Alright, make haste. Because I gotta hurry back to help out my lizard bros. Okay, so King Lamash'Azosh is rebuilding his army and will be ready to ship out very soon. King Wakaf is gonna punch Skalf Bradax in the face.
For the creator god.
Nice.
Unleash.
Teach those dwarfs what's what.
Gods. I am awake.
I'm gonna want Lightning Strike to deal with rats. I feel very strongly about that. Oh, that's right, you're waiting on Tomb Prince. Okay. Well, here, since you're waiting on Tomb Prince, pick up a Lizard Man instead. Look at all these sexy Lizardman units we have access to. Let's get a unit of Temple Guard, I guess? Sure. Allied missions. Barrington Ironbeard, you got it, bro. I'm gonna protect my lizard, bro. Okay, so we have conquered pretty much all of ancient Nehekara. Literally, the only thing we have left for all of Nehekara is Settra and the Doomglade, and then we are all filled up on. Oh, I've got a bunch of Skaven Undercities I need to blow up. Is there anything I can cancel building that I don't need, like, right now? Stormhinge, I guess? Yeah, that'll work. Because I don't want Undercities. Oh my god, I still can't afford it. But we also have acquired every single substance that matters. We don't have medicinal plants, beer, or tusks, but we don't need those. So we can now get everything, which we will work on. And we're gonna wipe out the dwarfs. We're gonna push Zinch off the continent. And then we're gonna turn our attention to the growing legions of the Skaven. And we're gonna do all that next time. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had fun. But apparently my dog is causing problems downstairs because she needs to go potty and go to bed. And I have some things I would like to work on. So thank you all very, very much for joining the stream. I hope you had a wonderful time and it was enjoyable for all. If you're on Twitch, please hang on for just a moment because I will be sending you off on a raid to go hang out with one of my friends. And if you are on YouTube, consider, checking us out on Twitch sometime because we send you fun places afterwards. But do I think the Thunderbirds is going to be awesome? Yes. I feel very, very confident that we're going to be looking at a Thunderbarge for Thrones of Decay. I would be shocked if we don't get a Thunderbarge, and I am extremely excited for a Thunderbarge. So thank you all again so much for being here. I hope you had a fun night. I'm sending off the raid now, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow for because I really want to get Settra done with. So thank you all again. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Sleep well. Please treat yourselves as well as you should because you deserve to be treated well, regardless of what you're up to and all that. Take care. Love your faces. Bye-bye.